All right. Hello, hello. How's everybody doing today?
I am sick.
Oh,
I come back home and immediately get sick.
Right.
oh.
How dare you?
Well,
You hate to see it.
But
Really do.
I feel like my character sheet is broken.
oh no.
I didn't
It
touch it, I swear.
Says I'm Samurai Fighter level 14. I am definitely not.
We destroyed you. Welcome back.
You leveled up, right?
Yeah. I found the problem.
Yeah. Okay. It's just silly because you're super multied.
Yeah, that is the problem.
Okay. Yeah, man.
So it says my actual level is 8, even though I'm all these other levels.
Shadow Monk Assassin. Oh god.
You know.
Oh god. All right.
All these skills just to do one thing.
You're living your best life. No one can fault you for that.
Well, to recap a bit, going back, you guys got Ken back, reconstituted his body through the use of a wish spell on the mountaintop of Celestia, and then returned to Eriabor, where you could re-outfit Ken, as all his stuff had exploded.
Good stuff,
You
too.
spent some time there getting geared up and finishing up a few of your training regimens before setting out. Oh man, I had the thread and I just lost it.
Oh no.
You set out initially to set up the Council of Starfall, which is what brings us here tonight. Heading out into the greater world and delivering some well-made and prepared invitations to the leaders of the city-states that you've been most prominent with. The largest ones on the city, on the Sword Coast, that being Waterdeep, Baldur's Gate, Lintier, El Terrell, and Eriabor. You didn't offer any invitations to the leader of Scornoble, and he understood, but was a little upset.
You mean Robert?
Robert.
You can't come to our secret meeting. Get out of here.
But finding that it was going to take you a couple days to gather together all of these nobles from the various different city-states into one location where you could then securely bring them to Starfall, you opted to go and check in on Sid, who had been sent tools and food and left in a tower to basically rot by his previous jailer. You created a small conference room in the basement of Starfall itself, the Starlight Enclave, and instructed your Platinum Vanguard to outfit it as to your description. You went into town before heading out and procured some like cloths, draperies, and had them embroidered with your insignias, pillows, seats that were cast from stone from the ground below, offered a little bit of like accent color with the various city-states' prominent iconography color. You gave your Vanguard instructions and then set out to go and check on Sid. Using a teleport spell, you actually landed pretty dang close to him in the tower, seeing him for a moment before the tower's defense mechanisms were activated and you were shunted to the nearby city-state, or town outside of it, that had been seemingly abandoned. Pressing into a hedge maze, you went through a series of trials, tribulations. Rose was stoned. You lost a night's rest to wizard bullshit magic before
Fucking wizards, man.
I resent that.
eventually finding your way to the tower proper. Climbing the tower and slaying the biomechanical aberrations that had been crafted by Garrick, you reached the peak, this observatory with a large, intricate telescope, and saw Sid in a well-secured magical cell. As he attempted to let Ken know that the lock was going to be difficult to pick as it was arcanely locked, Ken looked at Rose. Rose cast a knock spell. Lock was undone. But the dragon was also awoken.
Oops.
And so you fell into combat with the Mark V robot in disguise. The telescope turned into a large mechanical dragon. Slaying the final one and freeing Sid from his cell, a tearful and heartfelt reunion between um, long estranged family members, be it by blood or by circumstance. You opted not to investigate the elementals in the basement and pretty much deemed it as someone else's problem.
Don't care.
Before returning back to Starfall, casting the manor and heading in for a evening's rest and respite. That evening, you all managed to level up as you turned in for your night's sleep. Sid finding himself a plethora of good food and a bath and a place for him and Nuts to really just get comfortable and relax for the first time in a while.
Yes.
You guys went to your separate rooms, and in Eodos's dreams, his patron reached out to him, inviting him to return home. To her home, and to his, maybe. As it's time for him to learn something. Eodos set out into the mansion, following a ephemeral black raven out the door and into the enclave itself. And as it splashed into the main northern door out of the teleportation chamber, it became this shadowy pool, which Eodos knew opened to the Shadowfell, leaving a note written in chalk on the side of the plinth there. He stepped through the portal, and we will be returning to Eodos in a future date. The next morning, you all woke up in preparation for the Council of Starfall, which is today. Heading to breakfast, you guys ate, went to your training. Rose noticed something was a little bit amiss and went out into the main teleportation chamber of Starfall, finding the note first. The rest of you did your morning rituals before heading out around 8:30 into the enclave itself. The meeting planned for around 11:30. They usually do these things around like lunchtime because you kind of like you eat before you talk, you eat, you talk some more. That's kind of how they go.
You gotta break it up. You can't go
Yeah.
non-stop talking, so you have to have snack
Right.
breaks.
It's like hobbits.
Gotta have
They
energy.
gotta have like 12 meals a day.
Yeah, do we whip up some charcuterie? That's pretty important to these things, I feel like.
Yeah.
I had
I
that
think
thought
we need
earlier today,
snacks.
and it's on my
Eric
list of
hot snacks.
questions. But as you all, or as Aerith, Nobody, and Ken stepped into the atrium of Starfall, you guys saw Rose sitting against the wall, their hand just outpointed towards the message scrawled by Eodos, stating that he had to go take care of some business, and that he would be back, and that you guys better not die. I think that was pretty much the gist of the message. As you kind of took in that day's revelation, Ken, you heard a voice in your mind of Lady Boleyn informing you that, or not Lady Boleyn, Lady Silverhand informing you that she was on her way to go pick up Lord Delt and Lady Boleyn from their respective cities as well as their entourages, and would be ready to be picked up in Baldur's Gate within, say, an hour. Hearing the message, processing, and realizing that your bus was missing, you panicked slightly. Reached out. I don't even think you reached out to Tazmikella first. You just teleported. Well, you came up with the plan first.
Went.
Yeah. And as Rose was focusing on the Ruby Weave gem to teleport themselves across the world to go and retrieve Tazmikella, who you guys knew had some sort of transportation magic, you reached into the stonework of Starfall itself and produced a small stone, like a tablet. Yeah. With the insignia of Starfall on it, this simple, very beautiful stone tablet and giving it to Rose to use as a focus medium so that Tazmikella could get the two of them back. Rose shot themselves across the world with a teleport spell, meeting up with Eleuthera, Arturia, and Tazmikella, and very quickly filling them in on the situation. You got Taz together, and by focusing on the small stone tablet, I can't remember that word for some reason, tablet itself, and using it as a focus, she managed to teleport the two of you back across the world, another 7,000 miles,
And we're back.
to re-arrive here within the main atrium of Starfall. I'm just going to call it the gate room, because it's just the gate room. Here within the gate room, you introduced Tazmikella to Sid, a tense kind of like, stuff's complicated and things are weird type situation, but nice and polite between the two of them. It took Sid a moment to really understand what she meant by sister. He kind of had to, he was like, you don't look a lot like, but he kind of, a little bit more now then. Yeah, I can see the family resemblance. But as
Right.
it's the bones. As the session wrapped up last time, Tazmikella stepped up onto the main pedestal of the gate room and spent her minute kind of memorizing the teleportation circle insignia. Now, question that I came up with during the week. Eodos was initially going to be, he was going to go and get Braun, Emmeline, and whoever Braun was bringing, and Hadrian, and whoever else Braun was bringing. Silverhand doesn't have a way to get to Eriabor. She can get Braun or she can get Lord Delp from Elturel, and then she can get the two, they're both with their entourages, to Baldur's Gate. And then Tazmikella can get to Baldur's Gate and then get back here. But Eriabor is the outlier.
Don't you love that? Don't you love that curveball came through at us?
Lie.
Have Hadrian grab the entourage from Eriabor, and then we'll pay for the teleportation to Baldur's Gate for them.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna. Okay. Okay. So who is contacting Hadrian? Because it's important. I'm really curious how this is gonna go.
I don't have message.
Yeah, you don't have sending.
I mean, I can. What do you want me to tell him?
Grab Lord Braum and everyone else who's coming from Eriabor. We'll pay for the teleportation fee to Baldur's Gate, and everyone's going to be meeting there to teleport to Starfall.
Me and Baldur's Gate, put it on our tab.
And I will say this: you have a keen mind. As you give the command, you think to yourself, "Fuck." I'm trying to think of how it would be worded. The Coast Guard's teleportation circle in Baldur's Gate smashed.
Ah!
Damn it!
Guys, we've been playing for 2.5 years. There's so many ramifications going on.
No, the circle and the high still works.
Yeah, but they don't have that one.
No,
Yeah,
the one that
You have that one.
circle.
If he's using,
We kind of took for granted how we have a lot of connections that the average person, even among the guild, might not.
on top of that, Eriabor is a new fledgling member. Kind of already got something else in the works there.
Why does
that's
this suck?
It's up to you guys.
Damn, I feel like everyone there. I mean, as many people as possible there.
Right.
What
Alright, hold on.
if you send it to her to have them meet in Eriabor and go to Eriabor and pick everybody up?
That works.
Let me.
That might be the only thing that
Okay,
works.
I'll call Hadrian first. Well, I'll call him first, see if he knows a way, and then if he doesn't, I can talk to Silverhand.
Is there a
One
god of
second.
teleportation we can pray to?
Is there a bus driver?
I mean, there's the god of arcane magic, but
If one of you follow or tell ask.
no.
Oh boy, about that one.
Oh no. Lost your right.
He decided to go on a fucking pilgrimage, because why not?
At least get the wheels turning in his head.
When Death Mommy calls, you answer, okay?
It's true.
It's like cereal with Robert.
I do
I'm so
like.
glad you followed the Raven, because like every time that a patron of the Raven Queen sees a Raven, it's just like, I have to follow it.
Follow the
Yeah,
bird.
it's just, it's
Oh my
instinctive,
fucking
like,
god!
Like a moth to light.
Yep.
Yeah, when we jump down a hundreds of whatever pit.
Yeah. Well, we had someone to
That was
use the
fine.
spell Featherfall.
Well, after we jumped.
Wait, does
The rest
does
of you guys
everyone have
can.
access to spells?
Uh,
Yeah.
In what way?
Like, just any spells, so everyone can cast
Currently,
magic. except for
yeah.
nobody.
I think so,
think
yeah.
so, yeah.
And nobody's your only non-caster.
Poor nobody.
You've got, well, I mean, you basically have spells. You're shooting, like, magic water at people. That's
Right.
essentially spells.
magic.
Uh,
That's like me having a sword and tossing at someone. Like, see, I cast sword.
yeah.
I mean, that's barbarian
Yeah.
trying to be a
I love that
spellcaster. I cast fist.
Well, the real equivalent would be if you, like, reached into a puddle, pulled out water, shaped it into a sword, and then threw it at somebody.
Alright, that's fair. That would be pretty cool. However,
You can
nobody
also,
has
you can
the
summon storm shit, and that's pretty dope, and also magic, you know?
Right?
But to be fair, that's a magical item.
It's
Yeah, it's okay.
magic.
It's the
And
thought
you're
that counts.
using
The
it
real
to
magic
cast it.
with the friends we lost along the way.
That's actually kind of a funny idea. It's someone who wants to be a wizard so bad they just use a bunch of magic items to cast spells, even though they have no actual casting abilities.
Artificer.
Yeah,
No, I'm kidding.
you just make a battlemaster fighter and get a bunch of magical items that don't require attunement, and you just work them into your maneuvers and pretend to be a caster.
There you go. That's a brilliant idea.
All right, I will turn to Ken. Okay. Hadrian said he'd try, and then Emmeline just got back to me that they can't get to Baldur's Gate. She could try to get them here, though. She knows the circle.
Ooh.
Oh,
That'll save us a trip.
She was here. Right?
Very good. So then we would just need to get to Baldur's Gate to pick up the nobles.
that is correct.
Shantu. All right,
I would
then.
say be my guest, but you're not here anymore.
He's just gonna fall through the ceiling. Like, I'm back.
To
A lot
be
faster
honest,
than I
cannot
thought.
say where I said Taz's connection in Baldur's Gate was, but I'm gonna say it's in the Temple District. It's probably one of, like, I don't know,
I think
somewhere
you
that she's
did
been
say it was
100,
Temple.
50, 200 years ago. I think it was. That's my go-to, and so that sounds right. But man, it's been 2 weeks, and it's been a heck of a 2 weeks. So
Fair.
facilitating that with Emmeline, you have that taken care of. All right. Are there any other preparations we want to make before we go and pick them up? Do we want to do anything while we're here, or are we all ready to go? Because I can activate this circle and open the gate to the Temple District, and then we just need to run to the High Hall, use their circle to get back here, and then everything should be good.
Easy.
We are so
Yeah.
well organized.
She's-
In and out, 10-minute adventure.
She's kind of like looks between all of you, and then Sid, who's just been like listening to this, goes, "So is this how you do all of your adventures? Just sort of."
It happens more than you think, honestly.
Fortunately.
Planning's hard, you know?
we try the plan, then
It
the plan
it
gets
doesn't work
adjusted.
out.
I have not seen a single plan since
Hey,
nobody's been here.
well, we had more plans before everything started going to shit.
These are our
More than it
steps.
had been before.
These are our steps. Make the plan, execute the plan,
Yeah.
watch the plan go off the rails, throw away the plan.
Plan B,
Throw away the
which
plan.
is go for it.
These are
But
the wise
anyways,
words
I
of Captain
guess
Cold.
I'll stay here in case. Should probably stay here in case something goes wrong with Emily.
Okay. Sid kind of like steps back and is like, "No offense there, but
Sit here.
I think I'd rather just wait here as well. Teleportation kind of makes me a bit nauseous."
I have a
Okay,
question.
You were only
Should I
teleporting
get
twice.
rid of Eodos's note before or after the nobility come?
Before.
Probably don't let them see that.
Yeah.
He is out on an important mission of the highest value right
Uh-huh.
now, and he will
Had it written down. Here
be
it
with
is.
us at some point.
I have a summons I can't ignore. I'll be back. This is something I have to do. You guys better not die before I get back.
Don't tempt me.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we got the message, and I'll remember it. Word
Take
for word.
forever.
We're good.
To be fair, we could just literally tell the nobles his god called him, and that seems fairly important. So
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But yeah, clean up. Speaking of which, I'm going to will one of the Vanguard members here real quick and let them know to, prepare everything.
They actually come in from the northern door, and as you do, I came up with an idea.
Mm.
And I want to know what your thoughts are on this. They need names, all
Oh
right?
boy.
But at the same time, names don't seem appropriate for them. The one I'm going to call Paladin walks in.
Fair.
Chanel number 1,
So they're
Chanel
gonna be
number
Paladin,
2, Chanel
Warrior,
number
Thief,
3.
Red Mage. They're just going to be jobs. I'm just going to give them their job names.
Fair enough.
I think it,
his name is Pal Adden.
Pal added. He walks in, and as you
Bro,
have the
goo.
thought and begin to summon, you turn as your ears hear the door open, and he pushes his way through the door and bows down. "You summoned me, Lord Ascalon."
so the entourages around the coast are preparing to come here, gather everyone, and make preparations.
Very good. The others are in the basement, finalizing the preparations as we speak. Are there any last-minute instructions that you have for us?
Well, first of all, excellent. Nothing I can think of. I guess once everything is done in the basement, just stand by in a security formation, and then we'll go from there. Okay?
Very
First
good, Lord
act.
Ascalon.
I'm gonna go down to the basement. God damn it.
Wait. I got a bag of jerky. I grabbed.
Got a bag of jerky.
We just throw more jerky at the nobles.
We have facilitated wine and water, as well as goblets and pitchers, but we did not foresee snacks. I
Gareth, didn't you
apologize,
buy
Lord Ascalon.
snacks? I thought you were supposed to buy snacks.
I was busy buying things for the table, things for Sid so he's not walking around in the nude.
One of the
Ooh,
Platinum
Rashida.
Dragon guys is going to be walking around with like a silver platter, like a high class waiter with a little bag of jerky and offering individual pieces to guests.
Some field rations.
I mean, the mansion is open for 24 hours, so I mean, we still
Yeah.
have for them to like walk in, grab some food, and eat.
I don't
and
know
get
if we
out.
can take it out.
They can't take
There's
it out,
that
that's the
one.
thing.
We can we can
And
go.
you-
We can go in, eat.
they
and come out.
they can't though because we had to establish who could go in when
Yeah.
we opened it. Remember?
But
You can open the door and eat in front of them so that they know we had food that they can't have.
While we're in Baldur's Gate, do we want half of us to run off and just buy a
Grab
bunch of
snacks
food?
real fast.
We're professionals. We thought
Thanks
we thought
for
this meeting
volunteering.
out really well.
Thanks for volunteering, Nanashi.
Nobody
No, you're gonna have to give me some money because I still only have the 9 gold I started with.
Oh my god.
That's plenty for food.
You could buy snacks.
What do you think a banana costs?
I don't know how. I told you he's
No,
like
no, no,
skinny and he
no.
doesn't know how much anything is.
We need good food. We need good snacks. So I'm going to give 100 to Nanashi for him to get food.
How much
100
do you think
gold.
Money, or how much do you think food costs, man?
This is nobody does not know how much things cost.
God, you're
He
gonna
will
spend 100
literally-
gold and come back with like 10 silvers worth of
Then
food.
go with him. Because I have a spell to prepare. I have a spell to cast.
I'm happy
What do you
to
want me to do?
an eye on the circle if you need somebody to watch it.
I need to talk with Emmeline, like, and Hadrian.
I'm
No
sure.
offense, but you don't really know all the stuff that's going on at the moment.
First housewarming party. Everyone's nerves are wrecked.
just have him
Freaked out
send
over
Nothin. Just have him send Nothin along, and the little
Yeah,
squirrel
send
guy
the
will keep him
squirrel.
on lock.
Othin's
I think
Here's a
Pretty
bunch
pretty.
of haggle
pretty nice.
prices.
He is really, really frugal. He's really good at it, actually. He gives him a little scratch on his shoulder.
Yes, that's the best idea we've had so far. Send the squirrel with nobody to haggle prices of food. Go for it. I don't care anymore. Go for it.
Can nuts speak?
I mean, just think.
No.
Who could you possibly imagine would be better at squirreling away money than a literal squirrel?
I mean, you know.
It chitters at you, but it's kind of it sounds like pennies in a tiny little tin can, like just rattling around, like tiny little coins rattling around inside. See, you can speak.
Can we
Go for it.
retroactively set the guest list? Just for the sake of simplicity.
Guess list to what?
Sorry.
For the sake of simplicity, can we retroactively set the guests for the mansion to the well, that's too many people.
So,
Fuck.
yeah, you'd be able to. Not really the people, but you know the leaders. You don't know who they're bringing.
Right. They're
you
bringing
go-
a bunch of
Question.
random people.
Yeah, they're
Question.
bringing. Each leader has an entourage of 2 that's coming with them as like guards, protectors. You know.
Like the
So how many
Hokage
people
thing and
total
she put
for
in.
the amount of food I need to buy?
Otherwise, I'm just gonna say fuck it. They're gonna have to wait until they're back home to eat lunch.
Well,
I'm sure they'll like
I mean, we
that.
can get snacks like fruit and stuff.
here's
and,
my
like,
question.
sausages
Can we
and that kind of
Just
retroactively
get whatever.
when I went to get the fabrics and the cushions, would I be able to get food as well?
It was 2.5 days ago, and you have no refrigeration here.
We have the bag of
No
colding.
way of- You do have the bag of colding. You do have the bag
So
of
it can
colding.
be frozen.
Roll me a d20.
Okay.
11 to 20, yes. 1 to 10, no.
11 to 20 is.
Because I can see you guys squirm.
Frozen snacks.
I mean, we can get dried nuts would be well.
Frozen
Fruit would be good. Sausage would be good. Honey would be good.
Welcome to the meeting for the future.
Here's
of the country.
here's
Have some
here's
fun.
what I just thought of. Here's what I just thought of.
Popcorn.
I would buy the food, put it into the bag of colding, take it into the mansion, and then have the maids prepare everything so we can take it out. Because it's food that we're bringing into the mansion.
Just make sure you also bring plates so that you have
Yeah,
the
that too.
out.
Which you can't take out of the mansion because you can't take anything out.
Yeah. Trays and
That's why you
plates.
gotta take. That's why you gotta take plates in. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to buy plates as well.
I don't mind
Anybody
that.
Staying behind to guide or instruct the servants.
I have the private
that
sanctum
while
to
we're
cast, and that takes 10 minutes. So
I mean, nobody has no magic he needs to cast, so he can attempt to direct people.
I'll write down instructions.
All right, so retroactively, you are you
I'm
are
trying.
having to prepare a. I guess it'd probably be like fruit and pastries.
Sure.
Now
Yeah.
That'll work.
that'll work. Okay, cool. The things that you could think of when you have time. All right. So as you take the bag of colding from Rose, as it has all of the ingredients in it, to bring into the mansion so that it can be prepared. As we have established, that will work. We've done it with clothes, so you can cook. You do need to make sure that you have all of the seasonings and everything. So the 100 gold that you gave to nobody is just... That's just what you spent on food. And
Perfect.
plateware, dishware,
You
things like
spent
that.
100 gold on food, Eric.
Back to 9 gold.
For 30 people.
I'm sorry, Nanashi.
No, it's fine.
If it's
I think it's
nice,
just funny.
You have the assistance of the Platinum Vanguard to help with like ferrying out the food and goods. But yeah, okay, cool. So, is nobody going to be staying behind then to help direct?
That's probably for the best. Means he can't do magic.
All right, so nobody will be
Don't
over there.
feel bad
Rose.
about it. Jesus.
No, it's just funny that you have all these like high casters, like and then you got nobody's like, I got a bow.
The problem, it's so funny because you have all these high casters, and yet the problem is still how do we get 30 people onto our island?
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right. So, Ken and Aerith are coming with me to the city to pick up the nobles then, correct?
No. I'm not going.
Yeah.
I have a spell to
No,
cast.
you're not going. Okay. Aerith is staying behind. Ken is coming with me.
Yes, kind of.
It's all on Ken. He's the hero of this story. Believe in Ken.
All right. And as, let's see, where's the entourage from Iriabor?
We could name them after Loporits. So fighting way, paladin way.
Shielding way.
Shielding way. Casting way.
Healer way. Oya way.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, my Mexican came out.
Cleaning way.
These tokens are going to be huge because this map is just... These two maps are very different scale, but as you guys are stepping up, the two of you to be... Oh, well, they posted to the DM layer. To teleport to Boulder's Gate, the circle behind you actually activates. Taz kind of has to step off of the platform and out of the way of it as the circle opens, and Emmeline, Lord Braun, a well-armored and outfitted, like, young-ish half-elf, and Hadrian step through into the keep.
Oh, good. They're here.
Now it's time to zoom in and see what token looks like for Hadrian, since he didn't have one until now.
Emmeline kind of like looks down at her hands and she looks over her shoulder at Hadrian and she just smiles big and wide. It worked! I did it!
Look, you did it.
I did it! Okay, well, I'm gonna, let's go this way. And she's kind of gonna lead I've been here a bunch of times, so just follow me. And she kind of leads them around to you. Actually, she would probably lead them over to Ken first. Be like, oh, Ken, I know you have met, but this is Lord Desmond Braun, and his first-hand Corporal Andarius Wolfsbane. And the two of them kind of look over and like look up and down at the gate room and the small entourage of people, the magical door with nobody kind of like stepping halfway into it. Interesting. Thank you for your invitation. Where can we await the meeting's beginnings?
Well, Lord Braun, Corporal Wolfsbane, welcome. Welcome. I'll look back to Paladin. See that gentleman over there? He'll be your escort to the meeting room. So just follow him, and he'll guide you.
And this is gonna be such a great start. Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, jeez.
As you say that, Emmeline kind of looks over her shoulder. Yeah, Paladin's really nice. Come on. And she kind of like grabs Hadrian.
Eh.
I'll introduce you to the rest. Braun looks at
Flash?
you and like flash of genius for 13.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
there's
like how
like
you
I'm sure you
immediately.
won't need those.
I mean, besides that, I mean, it won't be. I mean, it's a quick walk to the meeting room, and I can just walk back.
it is. It's up to you. Do you want to use your flash of genius now or not?
No, I'll just walk with Paladin with
Okay.
them to the meeting room. It's no big deal. I can.
As you say it, he kind of like he raises his lip a little bit and goes, "Lizard folk." He kind of looks over his shoulders at Endarius. Make sure you keep your blades handy just in case things get out of control here.
Well, I understand your apprehensiveness, but Paladin is well mannered and well attuned to the locale. But if it'll make you feel better, I personally can guide you to the meeting room.
That would be very appropriate. Thank you, Lord Silverlight.
You're also in our house.
He kind of like looks at Rose. Is this how you treat guests in your house?
I'll tell Taz, in Draconic, sister, give me a sec. Let me go guide them to the meeting room.
Of course, I will wait here. Please, take your time. And she'll just
Okay.
kind of step down off of the stairs and let you lead them down. Paladin falls in line behind you, kind of like steps out of the way as you lead. Emmeline runs up next to you. Hey, Ken, how are you doing?
Hey, Emmeline. Today has been nerve-wracking already. Hopefully the meeting goes a lot more smoother than the preparation phase.
I'm sorry to hear that. Anything I can do to help, you just let me know, okay?
Yeah, no
Ro-
problem.
Yeah. What? She kind of like just looks at you. You could tell she wants to ask about what's going on, but knows that this is not the time.
Yet.
Okay. Well, let's just head downstairs and we'll catch up later. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. We'll talk later.
Okay. You lead them down into the stairs, and I'm going to go ahead and just drag you onto the map so that you guys can see it. And down through the basement and into the door that had just, I mean, it's basically standing as almost a freestanding box that goes all the way to the ceiling. And it's a good 30, 35 feet tall. I mean, the ceilings here were tall enough to facilitate an ancient dragon. So as you step in, Ken, you are surprised to see that the planet
It's
of
so
Vanguard has been hard
pretty.
at work.
Fancy.
You can see that the seats here to the right at the 3 o'clock position are outfitted with the embroidery of Iriabor, and as you lead Lord Braun in, he kind of like has this look of just judgmental. His eyes are just everywhere, whereas Corporal Wolfsbane is like hawk watching you and Paladin. It's just like going between the two. He has not said a word. He's like perfectly silent, and he's just standing there with these two long swords equipped at his hips. They come in, and he kind of like, well, that is unexpected. This does look nicer than I was beginning to believe we were in for the evening.
Bitch.
She steps over.
We might be simple adventurers, but we know when to step up to the plate and organize things. We know when to at least give the basic decorum a try.
Aerith should be there as well.
At the bare minimum.
Well, I appreciate this. It shows. And he kind of like runs his hand along the embroidery that Aerith had done on the seats, and kind of like the coloring of it, and he just like smiles. Well, I suppose we'll be waiting here for probably a little bit, at least until the meeting starts. Young Emmeline, why don't you tell us about your recent studies? And he kind of looks over at her. Well, sure, you guys want to hear? I'm sure they wouldn't mind if I. She kind of looks over at Ken and goes, "Do you mind if I sit in one of these platinum seats?"
Yeah, go for it. I don't care.
She's gonna sit in this one, which I had originally assigned to Aerith, but it's just the closest one to that group.
Actually, I'm gonna leave one of the armor kiddos with her, just to
Okay.
go
I
around
need
until I get
to-
back.
Where's the race Felgar token? I'll just make a smaller one.
I don't like that their NPC thing's red.
I don't know how that's gonna go yet. As you kind
Kill
of
them all.
reach out your hand, the tiny little dragonling jumps off and runs over and squirrels past Braun and Corporal Wolfsbane and up onto Hadrian, who's used to him, and kind of just climbs onto his shoulder and starts nuzzling his scruff on the side of his face, and he just reaches up and scratches him. All right then, son. Well, we'll keep these two busy here. Make sure they're nice and entertained. You just let us know if we can help, and we'll see you when you get back. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Me and my sister's about to go grab the rest of the entourage, so it shouldn't take too long.
Braun looks at you and nods. Very good. I am eager to hear what you and Lady Silverhand have to share with us. You both seemed quite urgent in your communique.
Yes, sir. Of course. If you'll excuse me, and then I'll start heading back out.
And you just start hearing Emily. All right. Well, it all started. It's gonna sound silly, but I saw Aerith as a performer when I was a little girl, and I loved magic. And that's like the last thing you hear as you close the door behind you. As she starts to tell her story.
Well, I can already tell that this meeting is going to be fun. I can't wait to look on those two faces.
Alrighty then.
Nobody die. It's all. That's the minimum requirement. Nobody
Right.
die.
All right. Paladin, who had stayed outside the door, falls in line behind you, and I guess the room would have had the others in there, although it's done, so they actually would have all been kind of lined up out front, thinking about it as you stepped out, and as you did,
I'm gonna
door
turn
closing
around
behind
real
you.
quick. Sorry, I'm gonna turn around real quick. Like, hey, Paladin, don't pay that guy's words no mind. Nobility, their minds are not. Well, they're kind of set in their ways, but hopefully after today's meeting, they'll appreciate you and the rest of the Vanguard more. So don't pay his words no mind, and
Lord Escalon.
and relay that to the others as well.
He turns and goes, "Ignore the rude nobleman."
Mhm.
They look at him, yes, and then they look at you, and in unison, yes, Lord Ascalon.
All right, we'll be back soon. So just stand by until I get back.
Very good. Did you want to have any of them helping with the cooking efforts? White mage, red mage, blue mage, or black mage, paladin, or not paladin, thief, monk. So it's paladin, monk, thief, warrior, red mage, black mage, and white mage. It's the starters from 11 and then paladin.
Do they know how to cook?
We can be taught.
Are they allowed in the mansion?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Probably.
probably wouldn't be allowed in the mansion, so I'll just have them stand by.
We shall
We
stand
could say that
guard.
they were allowed just because they were already here, but that's up to you, I guess.
It'd really be up to, I think it was Eodos and Rose who cast it. So it'd be up to the two who cast it.
So that's on
I
y'all.
just- Right? I just
That's on Aerith then, right?
Right?
I mean,
And Aerith went down there. You were going to go do the circle or the...
yeah, private sanctum.
Okay, would you have
Takes
followed
10
Teddy when you went down?
minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'd probably either be outside to, drawing the line around the room, and then casting the
Okay.
spell.
Sounds good to me. Because it's just a big square.
It's
I
a
mean,
big
like,
spell.
You just all you guys got to do is like put in like rooms like here. I'm gonna draw just a few rectangles like here and like here, and then it just becomes a central room with a hallway around it. Eventually, they're really really bad. But snack bar. All right. So, heading back upstairs, you cross paths with Aerith, who is heading down to begin casting the private sanctum. Meeting up with Taz McKellican. She kind of looks over her shoulders at you and gives you a very, very knowing smile.
Yeah, let's go.
This will be fun. All right. She heads
Yeah, I
up.
wish I had your enthusiasm about this, sister.
She shrugs, snaps her fingers. The circle kind of flares to life and opens up, and you two step through, heading towards the Temple of Ioun. The Temple of Knowledge. What I have found out in recent planning and lore building of this world is that Ioun is actually not a god. Ogma is the god of knowledge, and Mistra is a god of magic. Ioun is kind of like this overarching. There was probably a god of knowledge a long time ago that broke into the sub-gods of like Ogma, Malel, and so she's kind of like a term representing, like all knowledge, like all-encompassing knowledge of these temples of Ioun. Ioun stones are the same thing, where they're just like all magical, all knowledge stones, but it's interesting. But you guys step through into Baldur's Gate, into the Temple District, and begin making your way to the High Hall. Rose, was there anything you wanted to do, or?
A couple things, yeah. I guess.
Because you got probably about half an hour for them to get there and then get back here.
Yeah. Well, okay. I was gonna ask, can I catch Emmeline in a message, or is are they too far away and is the stone too thick? So I don't have to use sending, but
let me see.
It's like a foot of stone, I think, and 120 feet.
The stone is too thick, but you could have caught her when they were going down if you wanted to just discreetly give her like a message.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask her, is just like, as one magic user to another, is there any way you can think of to prevent a bunch of random assholes from seeing our teleportation circle?
She kind of
put a sheet over it.
Yeah.
Sure, that'll work.
Fog in a bottle.
Does she have darkness? Because like that's the only thing I can think. I can't.
Because I could try. I could try to use the coin and have a 50-50 shot. But
should be ways to create mist.
There's fog, but I don't have that.
I'm pretty sure. Don't you guys have Robert's fog or cloud in the ball or whatever it was? Because he gave you all the stuff before he left.
I don't know.
I don't know who ended up with that. If it was Ken, it got splattered. So
I have no idea who has that. So
let's see.
I don't know about any of like his other stuff. I know you left us his money and stuff, but I didn't know that you left all his items.
He only left certain items.
Not the eagle whistle.
Such a long time. Yeah, he took the eagle whistle. He was like,
yeah, that's what I mean. He kept that, I'm sure.
Yeah, because he traded for it. Coin for a whistle.
She could try using a magic aura and attempt to mask it, but they'd be able to try to see through the illusion by, passing her spell save DC.
Do they have to know it's an illusion? I guess they would, because they're coming back on a teleportation.
Well,
Can
with
just
information
try.
we're about to reveal, I highly doubt they're going to attempt to like come here unauthorized.
You never know. I feel like it's
Yeah.
good to
You
be
don't know if
safe,
some of
but
these guys might be double agents or whatnot, you
right,
know?
who knows? They're just bringing a bunch of random like guards, even though we told them to kind of keep it on the down low. But
They agreed to 2 guards.
yeah, and
Nobles
didn't let us vet them.
Yeah, nobles are gonna noble.
Nobody's gonna know.
Well,
To be fair,
I
they
can
have
try
to be smart to look at the portal with one glance, be like, yes, I know it all.
Yeah, Ken could do it.
Ken's fucking smart as shit.
I don't know. I can. I don't know. I can try the coin. Otherwise, we can try her mask. Yeah,
I could
if it doesn't work, but
magic aura on it, and then you could flip the coin, and then if it is darkness, then all it's hiding is an
right.
illusion. And
Yeah.
if it's
How long
light,
does that
then
last?
6 seconds, or it lasts for 24 hours. It takes 6 seconds to cast.
Oh, you're the illusion?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay. Well, when you're done entertaining for a moment, I'd appreciate some help.
She kind of like as you guys are stepping they're stepping through the door. Sure, I'll keep them busy, and then make sure everything's good, and then come back and talk to you.
Got like 20 minutes.
It's about 20 minutes later. She kind of comes up looking a little bit exasperated.
And Rose, before she comes back, I guess Rose had spent the time with like a piece of fabric and water from their canteen trying to scrub out Eudos's message. Probably got angry after the first 5 minutes and then polymorphed into something with claws and like clawed it the fuck up.
Okay.
Hey,
Poor Ken. His
Okay.
base is getting carved out.
As Emmeline comes in to see you reverting from a bear form, Sid,
Like,
who
out of
had
breath.
been watching you through most of this, because Nuts didn't end up actually going with nobody. He stayed with Sid because nobody didn't go to town and need a squirrel. He kind of like watches, but he's very quiet and just kind of sits in the background and observes patiently and passively. He's just happy to not be in prison, and he sees as you cast a spell on yourself, turn into a bear, and just carve the shit out of the side of the plinth. And as you like pant and revert back to your normal form, the door opens. Emmeline steps through to see you reverting, looks over at Sid. Sid like meets eyes with her and kind of just gives her like the smallest head shake, like just go. She gives him a tiny little nod. Okay, so what do you want me to illusion it as? Do you want me to just make it look blank? Do you want me to make it look like a different teleportation sigil? Like,
Yeah. Okay. So if you can make it like different, because that way they're not suspicious, hopefully enough to like try to look.
I mean, all you got to do is really change one of these symbols, and it just won't work.
Is there any way to change it so that they get sent into like the fucking abyss? Because if they're trying to get to us without our knowledge, fuck them.
Like looks at you,
It's been a day.
stares into your eyes just a second. I can see that. No, I need to know the address that I'd be masking it as, and that'd be really complicated to know. I think I could just change this from a this to a that, and she kind of like waves her hand over it, and this little shimmer of orangish red energy comes out from her hands, emanates over the plinth, and the sigils just twist a little bit. They look like somebody grabbed them and wrung them out with like a sponge, and then returned them, but they didn't really go back to their normal shape. They're just a little bit off. I mean,
Okay.
if I tried to teleport to there, it just wouldn't work.
Okay. Okay. See,
But-
that's good. Okay.
If you wanted to
Should
make an
I-
investigation check, what's your passive
let me-
investigation? What is your investigation?
10 plus investigation.
is like, yeah, I have a 3 modifier.
So this is a 13. So passively looking at it, it looks good. But if you wanted to roll, you could see if like you could like
Right.
take a
How
second
hard
to
it
look
would
through
be.
it. Yeah. Okay.
About the same.
It looks good. Like you can't really see anything indicating it. Indicating
Looks
that it's
good.
an illusion. Here, I'm gonna
Right?
Sid will, because he's an artificer. Oh, I'm curious. It's his investigation. Oh, he doesn't even have proficiency. That is unfortunate.
Oh.
Oh, he rolled really not good. He kind of like steps up and gives
Yeah, it
Nuts a
looks
scritch. Looks really good, doesn't it, Nuts? Yeah.
Should I still try to do? Would they expect us to like be cagey about it? Would that offend them?
I mean,
Nobles get offended by everything that doesn't agree with them.
Everything.
Nobles
so I don't
Everything.
offended.
care.
And honestly, it's really adventurers, you guys. We
I feel like
tend
it's fair to be safe.
buck the system, and they don't like when we do that. I
Well,
think
that's
an
fair.
effort would probably be more expected than no effort.
Okay. Hold on. I need to do it. It only lasts like 10 minutes, so I need to do it like right before they come back. If it even works.
This is a raised platform, right?
Yeah. It's
Let, maybe not
or
cast darks, and then they
There.
fall
Break
off
your
the
ankles
platform.
on the way in.
Yeah, it would just cover. It wouldn't even cover the whole thing. It would just be like the middle of the circle. Because this is, if it's to scale, this is like 30 feet.
it's a huge fucking circle. Yes.
I feel like they would freak out if they teleport into darkness.
Well, maybe that'll be funny. So
No.
I don't think they would appreciate
late,
it.
gonna
They
do it.
Might throw
Too late,
their
gonna do.
weapons.
Ken can
Uh,
tell them not to panic.
Yeah.
It's just a security
Unfortunately-
measure.
wait, hold on. I can cast darkness with my fucking shadow arts.
Well, why didn't
You-
you tell me that?
Because I forgot.
Nobody's gonna leave because he doesn't have magic. Nobody has exactly the magic.
Has-
I know.
The one thing that I
I-
need.
I forgot that he can technically do weird stuff sometimes.
Okay. Has nobody you've used your 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
In battle.
Have-
Rose,
Not in
roll
battle
me-
beforehand, but yeah.
Have you used it around the party?
The once that was to cast Pass Without a Trace on the party.
So you do know passing over.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Was it in the
So
Astral
I
Sea?
Cast
No wait, that
darkness,
was not there.
dark vision, Pass Without a Trace, or silence, without material components.
Rose, roll me a d20.
Okay.
I'm just whether or not you think about it.
Right. Whether no, absolutely not.
No.
No, unfortunately.
He said he doesn't have any magic. He ran into do cooking.
Yeah, he's directing the maid versions of your entire party on how to
Right.
cook pastries and getting
Okay.
platters made up.
Well, within like, I don't know if I would know. They said they'd be like half an hour ish, and it's been like 20 minutes. Right?
Roll me an intelligence check.
What
It's
time
yeah.
is it? I don't know.
Unfortunately, like it's you have to gauge the distance. Oh, that's
Okay. Surprisingly well.
you'd guess that it takes about half an hour to get from the temple that they were at to the high hall. So it's been about 20 minutes, maybe 25, but you don't know how long Ken's going to take to get them here from the high hall.
Right. I'll just sigh and send Taz a message.
All right. Nobody, was there anything you wanted to do?
After directing the maids, no, because nobody's just like, I'm way out of my depth here.
Okay. All right. So you have to serve
Yeah,
as
I don't
the
know.
middleman between the maids and the vanguard, as the vanguard has to be used to transport the food to the basement. And the maids can't leave the mansion. The vanguard
No.
can't enter the
And
mansion.
you're the
so
only
it's
one who
like-
can go between.
So it's like a line. So standing in the doorway, I have a
Yeah.
maid here handing me a platter, and then I hand the platter to the.
Yes.
Assembly line.
Exactly. Sid is probably also helping. He just takes place of one of the Vanguard. And well, he actually makes trips in and out because he
Yeah,
can
he can
leave
go in.
and help you. Yeah, he can go in, and I forgot he was in there. But Sid is helping you, just transporting food. He just thinks this is hilarious that you stand in the doorway because he laughs more than once. Wizards and their magic.
Must be nice.
Ken, you get into Baldur's Gate and hurry through the city, making your best time. It still takes you about half an hour to get to the High Hall. By the time you get there, it's about 10:30. You're pretty much right on time, but by the time you get there, you look harried and like you've had one hell of a morning. I also wanted to ask, is everyone just wearing their normal adventuring fare, or did anybody change anything for the day? I figured nobody was just wearing your garbs.
Do you want to look crazy cool and presentable, or do you want to look intimidating and fit for adventure?
I mean, I'm kind of like in my, the last like illustration I had of Ken, with the black T-shirt, bandana tied on his arm.
Casual Ken.
Like, yeah, pretty much. I'm like,
I actually had forgotten to mention that, but they have wizards, and he is well known enough in Baldur's Gate to have the High Hall, so he can get there.
Was he just gonna
Melandrock
kind
can
of
get there on
show
his
up
own.
whenever
Oh,
then?
thank God.
He knows what time the meeting's at.
Okay, cool.
He's probably already there. We'll say for narrative fun, as Rose is carving up the plinth above, and Emmeline had just stepped out. Aerith, you're casting your spell, and you finish casting the private sanctum, drawing out the line around it, and casting it. You hear your mother's voice in your mind. Good morning. We are here in Baldur's Gate awaiting your arrival. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah.
I will reply back saying that.
Well, you'll see someone eventually.
Yeah, I'll reply back saying, Ken Silverflame, or wait, I forgot your last name. Ken will be there to Silverlight. Ken will be there to meet you with his sister, who will do the magic to teleport you guys to us. And then
There's no response.
I'll send a message to Ken saying that my mother and the Elf King is in Baldur's Gate.
Very good. I had forgotten that Apollo was coming, and
During the
I
meeting,
need
she's like,
to-
"Have you been eating enough?"
It's like, darling, you look a little pale. Why don't you
Well,
eat
what's your mom
something?
that one actually works really well.
Pinches your cheek mid-meeting.
Just
Okay.
stop, mother.
So now that
Stop
we
it.
have 20% on Starfall already, and the others already in Baldur's Gate. Okay, make progress. I'll give,
Hell yeah.
I'll give Ifalna a green
All the
token.
puzzle
She's
pieces
an
are
ally.
getting there. For now.
Ooh, meow.
And then a dragon attacks.
Stop it. No.
Nirenbin comes back from the dead and attacks your mom.
Why?
Why?
What?
To be fair, I think Aerith's mom is the scariest person we've met so far.
She's up there.
don't fuck with
She's
the
like
mom.
a level 17 wizard with 9th level magic.
Yeah.
I feel like there's so much that needs to be established for Ifalna, but I don't know how much I want to establish versus what Aerith would think.
All right, Aerith, just say your mom's level 20 and have her fight the final
Yeah.
boss.
Hell yeah.
She's
Send her
level
into
20, but she won't fight. Unless
Yeah, she
I'm dead.
She'll make you do it.
Ifalna comes in as Aerith's backup. Okay.
No, I have another backup.
That works. This actually works. Okay. All right. Gathering at the High Hall, you send the message back to your mother. About another 15 minutes pass, and Ken, you head into the doorway. Did you have anything that you were doing special with your attire today, Ken, or are you just in your normal adventuring? Because your normal outfit doesn't even have armor on anymore. It's just the outfit. You just have the baby
Well-
race Fogars, right?
Yeah, I'll leave the armor kiddo that forms the helmet, and then I'll armor up with like minus the helmet.
Okay. All right, cool. All right.
Does someone have prestidigitation they can use on me? Because nobody has like 2 pairs of clothing.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ken's gonna get pretty sweaty running through the city in armor, but he's used to it, so it's not con saves. But it did take a bit. You're catching your breath as you come in. The main entryway in the high hall it's not packed, but the energy within the room is palpable. The power emanating off of the dozen or so people that you can see milling about in this room talking to each other it's like electricity. And as you guys step in, Taz even kind of like stands up a bit straighter. Ooh, chill went up my spine. Okay, well, this will be fun. They all look over towards you. Lady Silverhand steps forward. Greetings, Lord Silverlight. I hope you are ready to receive us. Are we ready to go?
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're all ready, we'll make preparations to teleport to Starfall. If you could please follow me, and we'll get this trip on the road.
Very good. She kind of like leans over her shoulders and motions to her two guards. One is, let's see, one is wearing just like a simple set of full plate mail. His helmet is on, visor down. His head moves ever so slightly occasionally, but he shows no face. There's no distinguishing marks, and he's wearing just like a tabard with the crest of Waterdeep. And Oni, if you would not mind describing what you look like.
Okay. Oni has like traditional sort of martial robes, like imagine like what you would Shaolin monk sort of deal. He's not wearing any armor. It's purely just robes. The closest thing to armor he has is on like his forearms, covering the tops of his hands, his shins, and covering the tops of his feet. But that's not even armor. It looks like some sort of set of gauntlets and greaves that are for martial purpose more than defense. He's got a hood up at all times. He's got bandages across his face, not from like some injury, but because he is trying to be as low profile as possible. He never wants to stand out and pull attention. He's purely there, like, for the sake of understanding. So he's not ever trying to stand out. So you really don't make any features out on his face. You can see like his mouth. He's got kind of dark tan skin, but like it's really hard to tell what he is. He looks kind of humanoid, kind of like without getting close. He looks like he might just be human, but pretty average height, slim, like athletic sort of build underneath the robes. But like I said, he doesn't look like he's geared up for war or anything. He's not wearing any armor, so.
All right. The others fall in line behind. Lord Melindrock, or King Melindrock, is here with a familiar face to you, Ken. Commander Ian and Satra has joined him as his lead guard, as well as Lady Afalna. She is also here. The leader of Baldur's Gate, Lady Belin Stelmane, has joined along with two of her guards that you've not met before, a tiefling and a younger human. Lord Marcus Delt, who you have not encountered before, is here with Ontharr Froom, who you remember from your short stint in Elturel, as well as another young man in paladin armor. And that is the 12 of them. Make sure I'm not missing anybody. Yeah. So as the 14 of you head down the hallway into the small teleportation room in the back, Kaz kind of like sidles up next to you, Ken, and nudges you on the shoulder and kind of like nudges back. Did you see what he's got on his arms and shins?
Yeah. Maybe some sort of supportive gear. He might be a hand-to-hand combat specialist.
She kind of like looks at you and she kind of like narrows her eyes. Okay, we'll talk after the meeting. We need to keep focused on this right now.
Yeah, no problem.
And kind of like scurries ahead to go and get to the teleportation circle room. Heading into the room, she begins to activate it. Back in Starfall, Rose, your natural 19 of intelligence check is going off. They're coming.
Raise the alarm.
Just like stand up in the middle of the circle and flip my coin and see if this works.
Alrighty.
This could or could not be your canon event, Rose. This might be
Oh
what
my
causes
god.
It's darkness.
It's darkness. Okay.
Here we go.
As you gather the nobility of the Sword Coast in the teleportation room of the High Hall, Taz reaches out her hand, and with a flash of her copper magic, the circle is activated and a small pool opens up vertically in front of you. I guess they were expecting this. They knew that you were having this at a third location. So with the portal open, what do you do, Ken?
Well, I guess I'll move ahead first to like give them some comfort they're not walking into a trap.
Okay. Okay. You nod and step through the portal. Your allies who are here amongst the leaders here, Lady Silverhand and Melindrock, who you've interacted with in the past and have built up some garner of trust with, nod to the others. Very well, let us continue and see how this all plays out. And they step through, the others stepping through behind. Ken, you emerge through the portal in complete and total darkness. What do you do?
Fuck.
Do I hear Ken?
You do.
Okay. Rose kind of
Just walk
scrabbles
forward.
up and puts their hands on the side of the thing and just security measure. Just walk. Just keep going. Tell everybody to keep going.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll step forward enough for the first couple of people to walk through, and I'll let them know there's a security measure in place. Just continue walking forward, and everything will be fine.
Okay, Ken, can you roll me a persuasion check with advantage? Because I get the perimeter of it.
You're gonna take that man in full plate mail completely off his feet. I can already feel it.
Oh my
I'm
god.
already got something flash ready for this.
I can give you bardic inspiration as well.
You have to.
You don't need it.
Never mind.
That's pretty solid. Okay. All right. So that is the circle of darkness. In order to get off it, Ken, you basically have to step onto the stairs, and then you can stand with like half your body kind of in the darkness. But if it was perfectly in the center, that white ring is the circle.
Okay.
As you step out, expletive, Rose's assurance, you turn and you can hear the shloom of the teleport portal letting out more of your guests. Man, I should have put all these tokens on this map, but I don't want to resize them all down to the scale of that map, and I have them all so perfectly set up on the next map. We'll do a theater of mind. The first one through is Silverhand, who kind of steps through and goes, "What the?" Interesting.
I'll say what I said. Yeah, I'll say what I said. Security measure is in the
Follow the
Continue
voice.
walking forward.
Follow the voices.
Just
Corporal
walk
Trice,
directly forward and not off the side a little bit.
Master
Don't
Oni,
worry
just
about it.
follow my voice and we'll be out of this magical darkness soon. She kind of like steps forward as you reach your hand to take her. She gently just puts her hand in it and kind of like walks off. Can make me an insight check. You gotta make one of these at least decent, right? All right, what's your insight?
I got 1, because my wisdom.
All right.
Because your wisdom is amazing.
I need to pull up a stat block.
Yeah.
D20.
You've
bad.
rolled so
Oh,
good.
hey, look at that.
These past
That is, it is
my God,
actually
Ken.
to have a 1. That's a really good,
Right?
yeah.
2 19s, an 18, a 17, and a 16, man. Hell
You
yeah.
gotta keep this energy for the next like rest. That way you can get a good meditate in. You're doing great right now.
Right?
I got a feeling all my flashes are going to be used today.
Probably.
Actually, no. Sorry. I will use those rolls when it is appropriate, but I rolled from the wrong NPC. That was my bad. Okay. She stumbles out, steps out, kind of like shakes her head. Very good. All right. Well, I guess we'll wait here. The shoom plump plump of more behind you. You hear, oh, why the into darkness?
I just continue to repeat. It's just a security measure that I have in place. Just continue moving forward.
We must understand their reluctance to share such private information, my lord. It's truly just follow my voice. Give me your hand, and Ian will lead him out. Falna kind of steps out, just like chuckling to herself, and she looks down at you, Ken. Is everything going to plan today, dear? More flumps from behind you, and you hear more like shouts. You hear like, "Oh, what the? What? I can't see a damn." And you hear another, "Don't worry about it. We'll get our way through that." And then you hear Boleyn, "We'll get our way out of this darkness. It's just a bubble of darkness, you idiots." Then you hear Boleyn chime in, "Yes, just walk forward. They directed the portal towards the northern stairs, it seems. Now I need to."
Can she see? Silence.
I was typing a message, and then you asked a question. So.
Sorry.
But she steps out and kind of gives you like a wry smile, and then the final flump flump. Oh, God! What? I can't see a damn thing. And then you hear clonk, clink, clank, 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 as 2 people step into his back. My lord, I'm sorry. Where are we? I can't see a thing. Can you
This
give
is
your
great.
spiel? Your 20.
Keep saying it.
Worth it.
Nobody
like,
panic.
Step out. They obviously like clanged into each other. The small shorter dwarven gentleman, completely diminished by the taller humans, and all wearing just full plate mail, like matching plate regalia. Of I don't think any of you would recognize the deity, but you could roll me a religion check if you wanted to.
I want
I
to.
heard
Religion.
persuasion roll.
Hmm?
I heard you say roll another persuasion.
No. I was saying using your other persuasion.
Oh, okay.
Why am I
Okay, cool.
double?
I don't know.
Roll.
Did you get expertise in religion?
No. I don't have that feature. Advantage
And
toggle.
what is this religion thing for?
To see if we know the gods that these people follow.
Yeah.
The big armor
So
guys.
they're all wearing armor of the same gods, and it's whether or not you think that your character would
Maybe.
recognize.
I think Oni would definitely try.
He definitely recognizes it. Oni and Aerith.
Religion's kind of his thing.
Yeah. They are all paladins of Helm. They're all wearing the
Helm.
iconography of Helm.
I I don't know why I rolled double.
Oh, why you rolled with advantage?
It's... Yeah, I have it, like,
It's plus
toggled
11.
on normal, so I don't know. Let me test something.
Is it a feature you have?
That was weird. No.
You're just all powerful when it comes to religion.
Well, it was my
Probably
first
just
roll
checked it
anyway.
But leading all of the nobility down off of the plinth, Lord Delt, this large, brusque human man, big pauldroned armor, short, buzz-cut head, stern look on his face, and he is obviously not happy at the moment. He kind of steps out of the darkness and looks around and looks down at you, and a strange welcome indeed, but I am eager to hear what is to be said, so...
You guys wouldn't let us vet your people. Gotta protect ourselves.
Roll me a persuasion check, Rose. Okay. Kind of like sneers down at you. A warning, at least, would have been appreciated.
How was I supposed to warn you?
Kind of like motions. You seem to be capable of magic.
Also, a warning kind of defeats the purpose of the security measure.
Boleyn kind of steps between the two of you. He's standing like at the top of the stairs. You're down like kind of beneath him. He's like towering and bringing the full height of his body down over you. And she kind of steps up on the stairs. Now, this is not how we should be starting these negotiations. Let's head let's head to wherever this meeting will be taking place. Get comfortable and try to start this off on the right foot. How say we? Lord Delt, Rose? Delt kind of like stares down at her, looks at you.
They give kind of like a sarcastic bow and then point, like, with their hand, like, out towards the door.
You're an ass.
Your mother sidles up next to you. I do agree. She is, or they are being quite assish, aren't they?
They're always like that.
I'm gonna walk up to Rose. I'm not gonna say anything, but I'm gonna give him the look, like
The mom look. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
He started it.
Smack her
Don't
upside the head.
start.
4, 5, 6,
time and a place, Rose. Time and a place.
3.
And this is not the time nor the
Yes,
place.
We actually have snacks and some beverages downstairs for whoever is ready. So it looks like Lord Silverlight will be leading the way. I drew really shitty circles to represent these are the tokens because again I just don't want to
Yeah.
Yay,
there are 12
Cade.
of them here.
Who's this really tiny one?
That would probably be
Lord Delt's tiny penis.
That one's actually he's a younger man. He's probably only about like 5'8". He's short. He's wearing like a hood up over his head and like leather armor. He came here with Lady Boleyn, but he just seems to have a less imposing presence. Like he just sort of disappears into the crowd. But Ken, you taking Rose's sarcastic bow and this moment of Delt kind of like standing up and getting ready to belt some more at them. Boleyn kind of takes him by the wrist and goes, "Now, Lord Delt, you agreed to hear them out. Let's just hear them out." Looks over at you, Ken.
My apologies again, Lord Delt. It was a impromptu security addition. I hope that it doesn't dissuade you from hearing the information we are going to reveal later with an open mind.
accept your apology and am eager to hear what you and Lady Silverhand have to share. I also have my own concerns to bring to this council, so it would be nice if we could proceed with the morning's activities.
Yes,
He
of course.
steps down off.
I'll gather everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could follow me, we're almost at the meeting hall that I set up. So just follow this way, please.
You lead them through the enclave, passing the last few platters of delectables that are being brought from the magical mansion door that they didn't really use while you were here, while you were talking, because they didn't want it to be revealed. But as they go out, the people, the Vanguard and Sid running back, you lead them down into the council chambers below. I'm going to just reveal this with everybody's tokens in their seats, so you can see all of their beautiful
yes.
tokens.
Ooh.
Look at them all.
You head in. The platters of food have been set out on the table before you. The seats arranged with the various embroidered insignias and tapestries of the representative guild or city-states. There are banners behind you here and here of the crest from Starfall. I just could not find a top-down look of a banner that was not curtains.
Didn't have the right impact.
Yeah, it didn't have the right impact. So we'll go ahead and switch the music up to some new tracks that I got. As the various leaders of the city-states kind of take in their seats and sit down, the notebooks before them, pens with ink and quill provided, small glasses for each of the attendees here, along with pitchers of water and wine, small platters of of pastries that the lords are already breaking into. The ladies are abstaining for the moment, and then the various attendees behind. You sit down, and as the door closes behind you, your friends, the allies who will stand beside you, Sid, Taz, Michaela, Emmeline, wait outside with the Platinum Vanguard, as this is a meeting of the city leaders, and they don't want to give... Emmeline in particular does not want to give any sort of unnecessary added weight to your argument. She doesn't think it's necessary, and she thinks that their presence could cause the more cautious among the lords to feel more ill at ease, as there's more of you. So the three of them will wait outside with the Vanguard, and as everyone sits, the gentle crackling of the arcane flames filling the space, a small bit of music. The lords and ladies of the Sword Coast, the largest, most prominent surviving 5 cities, look to you, Ken, in expectation.
I'll doff my armor, let the kiddos. I'll line up the kiddos somewhere off in the corner.
7 tiny race Felgars. Line up along the wall in almost the same arrangement that you saw that the Platinum Vanguard is, just like shoulder to shoulder, just respectful. Normally they act like puppies. They run around like small children and chew on each other, but they can sense the air of importance here and will listen to their dad's instructions this time.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Sword Coast, again, allow me to formally introduce myself. I know I see a few familiar faces here, but the majority are new. My name is Ken Silverflame. I guess I can say that I am the leader and owner of this landscape that you find yourself in. I thank you again for agreeing to this meeting. It warms my heart to see everyone here in an effort to come together to hashed everything out in regards to the coast and the cult. The itinerary for today's meeting is as follows. First, I would like to do some small announcements for here to make you aware of what's going on here. Following that, I would open up the table for everyone to, you know, discuss their concerns with the cult or any announcements they feel comfortable with sharing with the group. And then we'll do a quick break with snacks and drinks. And then after that, we'll get to the heart of the matter.
There is a general nodding of agreement from the lords and ladies as you talk. There's a give me a charisma check at advantage.
Can I have Bardic Inspiration up on Ken?
Sure.
I'm just gonna keep as we just go. I'm just gonna keep upping it every 10 minutes if we need to.
Okay. Do you use your reaction to pass it to somebody else when he uses it? Do you want to use it, Ken?
I mean, 19 is pretty good, I think.
Okay. Yeah, 19's really good.
Yeah,
As you
I'll hang on to it.
stand before them, you meet each of their eyes, the lords and ladies, the ones that you've interacted with the most. Recently, it's been Lady Boleyn. She keeps a steady gaze, locking eyes with you. Can you guys see their... Because maybe... Can you see their nameplates?
No.
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 I don't.
Let me see, Can I change that?
I'm pretty sure you can. I don't remember how.
Yeah, let's see. General C.
There we
see
go.
Lady-
I see Silverhand.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see,
Oh, yeah.
Because this way you'll know who they all are. These
Right.
ones you know offhand. Because I gave everybody nameplates because I was not going to keep track of
Too many.
5 NPCs.
Is this what
Oh.
Aird's mom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the one I chose for Ifalna. I felt like that was appropriate for
Mhm.
Era's mother.
Nice.
Damn, Aaron.
Yeah, your mom's a fox, bro.
Right?
Elves, man.
Yeah, that's
Elves.
something a person would love to hear.
Let's see, which
I mean,
Flirt
we're
with
all
his
in
mom
agreement,
during
though.
the meeting.
Like, it sounded like there was a unanimous response. Everybody but you,
Yeah.
obviously, because it's your mom.
Are we allowed to flirt with her during the meeting?
No, you are not.
Maybe.
Swear to God,
Are you
Rose.
willing to call nobody dad?
I will outlive him.
That is true.
Probably.
You
I
like
mean,
if
no,
any of you,
if
if
he goes back to the astral sea, he might outlive you.
First of all, if any of you
That's fair.
like if any of person like hooks up with my mother, she's gonna think of you as a pet because of her long age.
Maybe nobody's into that.
Right?
He's got to
To
step
be
on
fair,
me
we
You do
we
realize
do
that
not know how old nobody is at this point.
no, we don't. But you do realize that I can sway what type of things she is into.
You won't know. It's fine.
Either
No,
way,
as a player, not as the character.
as you speak to the lords and ladies of the coast, you have gathered their attention. You meet Hadrian's eyes, these tired, weathered eyes. And he smiles at you like he's watched you grow from, am I the leader of this group? I don't know. From when you first stepped into his guild hall to now standing up in front of the coast itself and calling yourself a leader. There's true, unabashed pride in his eyes.
A tear
And
falls.
then you kind of glance back over your shoulder at the very end, and you see Eodos' seat. And you can't help but feel a pang of missing him. He's been by your side through all this nonsense, crazy shit, and if he'd been here, this morning would have been a lot easier, but you know that it's not his fault, and so you take a deep breath and continue forward. So, continuing, what is today's agenda?
Announcements for the Starfall Island. First things first, I have made it my first priority to establish trade relations. Initially, I started with Lady Boleyn in Baldur's Gate. I hope to speak to some of you later to maybe establish relations and start up some trade. Secondly, I am hereby establishing a branch of the Coast Guard here on Starfall Island. We're trying to gather personnel, so if you have any citizens that is willing to volunteer and willing to put in the effort, by all means, let me know. We'll try to figure out to arrange some transportation at a later date.
There's a chuckle from Boleyn, because she's like the only one who truly understands the situation of getting on and off of Starfall. But they nod. Give me an insight check. At advantage, because you're going to be doing all 5 of them on one check. And anybody else, if I call for this from the party, you can chime in as well, and then give Ken advice from the background. And Oni can also. Anytime.
Mother!
You're here.
Do you want us
11's
to
not-
also have advantage on insight?
Yours would just be flat.
Okay.
Yeah, just a flat one.
Flash of genius.
All right, 16 does get it better.
Sure would.
You do have bardic inspiration. Ken.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And if it doesn't push it
God
over, then you get to keep it.
5 plus 9.
All right. I'll hold off on flash and then use this.
Yeah, his little item doesn't like provide a lot of combat stuff. It's utility, and one of his things lets him combine wisdom and dex together for stuff.
Hell yeah.
Okay, let me see. What could... Oh, man. 8. So 19.
Oni doesn't look like around at all. He's just got like a flat palm with the prayer beads that he has, those metallic beads wrapped around it, just sitting calmly, but he's watching everyone intently.
It's like, what do I give Oni? All right,
Whispers.
so for 19,
Sorry.
as you're yeah, I'm gonna have to whisper it. Is 34 is big. As you kind of go over the plans for Starfall, Melondrock kind of has that like listening, nodding, his eyes closed, taking in all of the words. Like his hands are moving ever so slightly as he seems to be calculating things. He looks like he's on board with the idea of possibly sending some of his citizens. Silverhand and Lady Boleyn Stelmane, are also kind of they're more on board with offering up at least the opportunity for others, and kind of like nodding along with that. As you're saying, request for aid, Lord Delt's face kind of pulls back into a sneer, not like a really intense one, but almost like you stepped on his toes. And Lord Braun just has this very stoic, very just waiting for you to finish kind of look on his face. Now for Oni.
You see it all.
The universe opens up before you.
I don't know if starting out like first roll with the character being 20 is good or bad. Like it could be a bad sign that it's
Could go
only
either
downhill
way,
from
yeah.
here. Yeah.
Right. Oh.
Especially on something as innocuous as this. This isn't even like a super big point, I don't think. But we take 20s wherever we get them, I guess.
You learned who the traitor is here, who's about to kill us all.
It's Ken. No, I'm kidding.
Ken nukes everybody, takes out all the world leaders.
Hey, you
I
fool! This is
watched-
just my
I
plan for
watched-
world domination.
I watched Aerith's mom slip a dagger into the back of King Melandrop. It was a political ploy all along. She just wanted authority.
Now you're all accomplices. Mwahaha. And Aerith's just like, not again. God fucking damn it.
Damn it, Mom. I told you last time I wouldn't help you do this again.
I don't know what it is. I really like. It is equal parts serious and goofy. The way this guy in armor is, but I really like this token.
Right? That's like, I saw him and I was like, he's got a little feather on his head. His helmet's open, like in the weirdest way.
You
I
can't
just thought it was
see
gonna make a
anything.
token, right?
Yep, it's so good. It's the perfect mix of like this dude looks serious, but also like he's here to party.
I'm just waiting for the feathers to just start propelling. Just randomly, just be like, boo. Okay. Just start spinning randomly.
Come on.
I like how Bolin brought like the two most anime people with her.
I like them. All right, so I was thinking
They're
like Baldur's
awesome.
Gate. Baldur's Gate, like, who's she gonna bring?
Anime pro tags.
You outline the creation of the guild. Hadrian kind of looks out over the rest. As a member of the Guardians of the Sword Coast, it's been my honor and pleasure to serve Erebor, and it'll be my pleasure to see my daughter, Emmeline, put in as the headmaster, guildmaster of the Starfall branch. Anybody that is looking to have citizens or civilians trained ahead of time, please feel free to send them down to Erebor where we can facilitate some training before they can make their way to Starfall. Given that getting on and off this island's a little bit tricky at the moment, but we're working on it. Sits back and Braun looks over his shoulder and, yes, the guild has brought in a good amount of money and influence into our city, and I hope that it does the same for the various partners. A small nation such as Starfall, beginning with a guild, leads me more to believe you are a sovereign guild within yourself. But it will be interesting to see how this all plays out. Adventuring guilds tend to be very chaotic. You are unpredictable and bring in great change, but that does not necessarily mean bad things. Erebor has seen great booms in the last 20 years since the guild opened, and I would not wish it to be closed for any ill reason. And like stops and looks over at the party, looks down at Bolin. I can speak to the veracity of the nature of Guardians of the Sword Coast. They are good people, and they do wish to try to help as many of us out as possible.
Last guild master aside.
Hmm?
Just last Baldur's Gate guild master aside.
That's right. That's honestly, if Rose doesn't say that, or Bolin probably would, because I had forgotten about.
Yeah.
Good
I'm a
old
little
yeah.
AWOL.
Would Rose have said something?
Probably. I guess so.
Bolin kind of goes, yes, I was just waiting. Your previous guildmaster in Baldur's Gate caused quite a bit of trouble and more than a few deaths. It will be interesting to see how your daughter serves here, but given the nature, should we potentially discuss moving the resources of the Baldur's Gate branch to Starfall? I believe you have a temporary guildmaster in place there at the moment, Hadrian, and this would be something you could discuss with the other guildmasters about, but given their location and our currently growing trade treaty, our relations, it would not be amiss for Baldur's Gate to make use of the Starfall branch as opposed to having a competing branch so close. Hadrian kind of like leans back a little bit, was not expecting, and just goes, I mean, we guess we could talk to them about giving up the guild, but they're kind of privately owned, so well, either way, it's something we could look into. I will discuss it with Headmaster Stonesworn this evening over dinner, and perhaps the two of us can come to some sort of an idea on how to facilitate that. The others kind of just remain quiet throughout the discussion, looking back at you, Ken, for any more
Pikachu,
guidance.
sorry.
Well, I appreciate you. I'll just, give platitudes to everyone chiming in, and like really happy to, see everyone at least starting the process of working together to get Starfall, up and running. Okay, I guess next item on the list. The table is open to everyone that wishes to, share information in regards to the cult or any concerns that might have arisen recently that they wish to share with everyone.
Let's see. Blinn kind of like leans back. Well, we know what we know of the cult, but not much beyond what you've told us that they have left the Sword Coast for the time being. I have heard nothing, one way or the other, of the Cult of the Dragon in the past several weeks, at least. Kind of looks around, Melindrock. Yes, since you cleared them out of Farallin, we have had no other interactions. They evacuated the forest, those that did manage to get away from Corps Commander Iron's relentless pursuit of them. We have not seen hide nor hair since.
Oni will politely raise his hand, like, not to interrupt the nobles, but just, to show that he has a little bit of something.
As you... Go ahead.
Yes, yes, sir. Did you have something to relay?
I do. I have spent a short while in the Dell Lands. I've bounced between the various Dells, spent time with the tribes, the Yagudo, the Baxi, the Minotaur, the Sahagan, and recently, and he says recently, but keep in mind, he is a high elf, so recently for him, like in quotes, okay?
Could be decades.
The cult has had a foothold in the Dale. More specifically, someone incredibly powerful that bears a red mask.
7.
Kennel like twitch a little bit at the mention of the red mask man. Yes, I know exactly who that is. I'm sorry.
Oh, not at all. I was just going to elaborate a little bit further.
Yeah, please.
The reason I've spent some time in the Dale is purely academic, and they follow the path slightly different to reverence, in that they don't worship gods, they worship titans. And he has been working to pull those titans under his control. And again, within recent years, he has managed to sway 3 of the 4.
He's good at that. Titans or people or nations in general, it seems.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know what anyone sees of him, honestly. He's kind of a dick.
Lady Silverhand kind of looks over her shoulder at Oni. Yes, and our recent research, well, I too have a concern that I wish to bring before this council. Several days ago, you visited me in my home, in Waterdeep, and informed me of your intent to have this meeting. And in that action, I reached out to my goddess, Lady Mistra, for guidance and for insight as to your nature, trustworthiness, and how I should step forward. For several hours, I reached out to her, and for days since. No one has been able to reach her. The god of magic seems to have gone missing. Each attempt to commune with her connects me to one of her many modrons on, I can never remember, Mechanus. They tell me that several days ago, about a week ago now, I suppose, she simply vanished, without a trace. None of them have been able to find her. None of them have been able to contact her. And this situation that Master Oni has brought up with me regarding the Titans, I believe could be connected. We think that there might be some link there at least. Our research has shown that magic itself, the primal they're so great. The primal aesthetic of magic, elementally at least, is drawn from that intersection of the various planes that creates the Dale lands. And we believe that through whatever they're doing there, something has happened to Our Lady Mistra. Perhaps she is being held and kept in a place where we can't reach her, which would explain why magic is still working. And she kind of like gestures around the room with magical flames and the small like scrolling magical runes of the Mordenkainen's private sanctum, keeping it nice and secure. Magic works, so she is alive. The last time that Mistra died, when Mistral gave way to Mistra, magic ceased, and during the upheaval, our civilization rebuilt itself. That has not happened yet, so there is hope. But I do not know how to press forward. These Dale lands are as much a mystery to me as anywhere beyond the coast. I have relied heavily upon Master Rue's guidance the last couple days to make sense of what little information we have found. But it is worth bringing to this council. And Boleyn is kind of like looking back, shaking her head. So the goddess of magic is missing, and this is the first any of us. Okay, well, what of the priests of Mistra? What are they doing? Melandrox. Well, we have no priests that study her, but if magic is still working, they basically kind of break down into a very panicked discussion between the three of them about the loss of magic. Braun leans over his shoulder and starts talking to the knight that he brought, Corporal Wolfsbane, and Delt just sort of sits there with his fingers steepled, staring at the candle in the middle of the table.
See? I mean, what if she's just I don't know. Tired? Take a break? Maybe she's
Well-
got fed up with all this shit.
Well, I can understand why someone would get tired. I don't think it's in the gods to just step away. I don't know where they could step away to that commune wouldn't reach them, that their servants couldn't reach them. The Lin, they are prone to liking their luxuries, I think is the right word. So, I don't know. She kind of looks over. What do we do? I mean,
Well,
we've
I understand everyone's concern. I do have a plan in mind, but I would like to discuss that plan after the next uh, the next section of our itinerary.
well, if you're done talking about gods of magic, sorry, I went kind of sit there with Delt. If you're done talking about gods of magic, I have some other concerns to bring to this table as well. And he kind of like stands up to his full height, looks down over everyone. That being the current state of Scornoble, are we all just going to ignore the devil that has broken through into our plane, that threatens the coast immediately? These cultists have left. Who are we to question the will and action of the gods? We have a devil here on our plane, in our world, trying to open a door that I slammed shut 30 years ago.
They're under control. It's fine. There's bigger shit to worry about right now.
Under control.
Yes.
Are you even aware? A shadow of darkness 120 miles in diameter surrounding Scornoble and teeming with devils. They raid the lands surrounding and threaten our very borders, the sanctity of our state. And he kind of like slams his giant gauntleted hand down onto the table.
Yeah.
Be happy it isn't bigger.
Yeah, I would let, well, Aerith and Rose was there during the whole meeting with Robert and by extension, explain the situation because Ken wasn't there.
The two that didn't get to go into hell.
Right.
The two who didn't want to go
look,
into hell.
Okay. No one likes it, you including, us including, but things are under control with that. They're not threatening your doorstep because they're staying where they are.
Kind of like looks at you, narrows his eyes. You seem to know an awful lot about this devil. Tell us, what do you know?
Who do you think stopped them from expanding? I think all of us were aware that, there was a line of people crucifixed across the country. Those are gone now.
You think they're gone? More than ever before have been
contained.
erected through the wilds in a massive circle, a construct that has ripped a hole open and brought Avernus here. They may stay there for now, they may stay there for tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow will come, and when it does, Iriabor, and he looks to his right, and Elturel will be the first to fall to the devil horde. I say we take this council, muster the forces of these 5 city-states, and ride on Scornoble, trashing the effigies and destroying the portal, closing it for good, and casting this devil back before Zariel herself steps through and casts our world into a darkness you cannot consider. The others
Darkness. darkness that we can't consider, Lord Dorn or Lord Dalt?
Kind of like takes it up. Have you been to Avernus? Have you stepped through the flames of the first layer of hell? Have you
Yes.
felt them? Make me a persuasion check.
That's our boy.
With advantage because we can
Who
all
you
attest
know,
to it. Well, 2 of us can.
Man, that's what he burned. That's what Del gets to burn his 20 insight on. All right. He kind of like sits back and he goes, "Then you should know how big of a threat this poses to the entire world."
You should know what threat. Do you know how many times we've tried to talk to you people about the threat? And this is what you focus on?
The immediate concern.
The immediate
Yes.
The
threat
immediate concern is the dragon
of the
that's
cult.
going to summon Tiamat,
Yeah.
which will end the universe.
What's it gonna
Eldrath
matter
kind of sits
when?
back and he. It's unfortunate, but for the time being, the cult has left the Sword Coast. They are no longer threatening us.
But that
I
doesn't
do
mean
not
that they're not a
intend-
threat.
They're not threatening you directly because they're not on your border, but that doesn't mean they won't have effects that directly affect you or existence as a whole.
They went to go be a threat.
A bigger
bigger
threat.
threat.
In another land. And perhaps this missing goddess is gone to deal with that. We don't know. We can't know. All I know is that my lord has commanded me to take Squirnoble back from the darkness, and I will ride on it. I only ask for help. And he looks out at the rest of the table.
What
It's
about
under
after
control.
dealing with the dragons?
So
Dragon.
wait, if y'all tell Ken everything that happened and the deal, well, the agreement that was made between the party and Zarya.
Rose is about to if we didn't.
Oh,
Yeah. Rose just stands up and like looks at Del, just like, everything is under control. We have a deal, okay?
You've made a deal.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
Who did you
The
make
deals
this
are
deal
always
with?
complicated. Oh, you don't even.
It was her.
Sariel herself?
The fallen
Yeah,
angel.
well. Desperate
Funny
times
enough-
call for desperate measures, okay?
Funny enough, she herself wants to stop the cult of dragons.
She's been the one who's honestly given us the most support out of any of you.
Yeah?
And I feel like that says a lot.
He chuckles to himself and looks at the other two, the two closest to him. Let's see, thinking of it from their perspectives. Bolin. Let's see, I need to roll something. She looks pretty guarded. She's listening, but she's not showing a lot of surprise, emotion. Lord Delt has been quiet. Roll me an insight check. Lord Delt has been quiet through most of the meeting. When you guys were talking, when Silverhand, he waited until the end. He looks at Braun and he goes, "Lord Braun, Squirnoble falling poses as big a threat to your city as it does mine. They are equidistant. If this devil steps through, she will take yours as much as mine, especially given your recent successes. Please, at least join me." Braun looks at him, looks at you guys. The world is big and complicated. It's dangerous, and I hear your plea that the cult remains the main threat here.
Because
Ken,
they are.
I need you to roll me another persuasion with advantage and bardic inspiration. Okay, 16.
Throw that
Last
10 on there.
And
D10.
flash,
Put
okay.
that 10.
D10.
And
D10.
Yeah, you also have Bardic. Yeah. Dump it.
Oh
22.
Unfortunate.
my god.
Okay. He is a paladin, so he is a charisma caster. He rolled a natural 1.
Nah.
Yeah.
Braun looks at Delt. I am sorry, friend, and I will help however I can, but I would have to make my priority the cult. This larger threat, especially given recent findings of the goddess of magic. I have to stand by them. And Delt kind of like pushes his chair back. Firm and the other paladin like stand up. Very well then. How about the rest of you? Will anyone give me aid in this endeavor, or will Elturel once again have to throw itself and its men against the tide of devils to keep all of you safe?
If you could just wait. Like,
For how long?
until this is done. Until she's no longer a threat to all of us and everyone in the universe. And then us ourselves, we'll fucking help you. We'll put her back if she goes beyond our dealings.
I think once she steps through, you'll have a chance.
I don't think she can risk going through though.
If we deal with Tiamat, who the fuck cares about Zariel? And if we don't, then we're all dead anyways.
You are insane. Absolutely insane.
That is a clear.
Do you understand
understatement.
how existence works? The outer planes, the inner planes, the material plane. Do you understand how it's all connected?
As much as any in my position could be expected to know.
Okay,
Why?
put simply, Tiamat, if she is brought here, all of that shatters. Zariel, if she's brought here, slowly erodes it.
Whatever.
One gives
last
us more time. One is instant death.
Yeah.
Which one do you think you should take care of first? Instant death or slow death?
Slow and
Avoid
painful
all
death.
Especially when the slow death means mine die first.
Yours will
Why
not
are
be
yours more
touched.
important?
Your people are fine.
See?
You need to understand, Zariel can't risk Tiamat winning either. Tiamat comes into existence, Zariel's rule breaks as well.
I know much of the deals with devils. Tell me, in truth and in honesty, what is the contract you made? Perhaps you are right. If you can exert some control over her actions, I may be willing to trust you and understand your trust in her. But aside from that, given no way to control her, your belief that she would adhere to simple words
Less
is
so trust and more so just the state of matters. Zariel
Just I
has
have-
to stop Tiamat, because if Tiamat comes in existence, Zariel's realm is shattered as well.
Okay, so y'all, I'm going to assume y'all told Ken about what happened with that happened.
I would assume so.
If Eidos did, we weren't actually there to hear it word
Yeah.
for word.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nobody was there. You would have told you.
Eidos wouldn't have hit it. It's not like Eidos would have
Yeah.
came out like, yeah, fuck you guys, you ain't hearing it. No, he would have filled everybody that wasn't there in with
Mhm.
nobody. They would have
Oh.
definitely let you know what was going on.
Ken's just gonna frustratingly end up. I understand your anger. Very much so, in fact, with a specific target. First things first, sir. There was no deal. It was more a arrangement. We listened to her. She understood the threat Tiamat posed, and we came to an agreement. She would have a small detachment of devils to assist in destroying the cult. They will stand by in the city until we can find a location in the Delllands for the attachments to leave the city and then come through the Delllands. Once that locations have been found, she said that she would leave the city and its inhabitants alone. Her only goal is to destroy the cult and to take the souls of the cultists with her.
Kind of like as you start to talk, you
Plus,
say
she's
that
petty and wants to get back at Tiamat.
you say that there's no deal, and he chuckles. Then you have no way of binding her to any action. Whoever made this arrangement, she is simply acting out of good faith for now. There is nothing holding her to that good faith, which simply means that the time we've been given, these past weeks for them to build their empire, have been a gift from her. If we ride now, we could get to it before she changes her mind, or enact some secret plan that she didn't deign to tell you of. And he looks at you, like, incredulously.
Or
Please focus.
She can't risk fighting us, though, because that gives Tiamat all the time she needs to be summoned into this realm, shattering existence. She cannot risk that.
or you attempt to destroy her regiment, she taking offense to the humans, taking advantage of her honorable agreement. Because I understand your frustration, but from what I could tell from the information my team gave me, if nothing else, she is honorable in her own way. If she says that she's only having the detachment stand by temporarily and then moving them permanently, I see no reason to at least give her that.
And if anything, this means we should march on Tiamat faster, that way we can deal with the devils afterwards. Rather than waste time.
If nothing else, value her word as an honorable warrior.
Make me a persuasion check. Disadvantage, unfortunately, because he is very angry, but that is a good point, and so it's good enough point to bring him around.
Potentially on the side.
Bardic inspiration.
Flash of genius.
And you have a
Bardic inspiration.
I feel like this is a very classic point
17.
of
He kind of
enemy of my enemy.
She is
Right.
a warrior, but I have fought on the battlefield against her. She is not the honorable warrior you believe her to be. She is ruthless and cunning. She is evil. What, through all of these dealings, what did Rasajan have to say of this? What of the old vixen?
Who?
Wait.
Rasajan Ambermantle, the woman who was in charge of... Perhaps you should tell us the full story of Scornoble.
Ah, right.
What did the people of Scornoble have to say of this deal to sacrifice their city to a devil as a foothold in our world, to potentially make war on a greater threat? I am not dissuading that, but also potentially to take this world from those whom it was given to by the gods.
They didn't really have much to say after they had already been subjugated.
I mean,
Yeah.
they were free to continue living their life normally. Just a bit odd having devils about.
Yes. You see, it is a. It is an interesting situation that I find myself in. And, Lord Braun, it is of your discretion to decide where your city sits. But for me, I hear your argument that she is a necessary evil to fight this greater evil. And given your persuasion check of a 17, he'll sit back down in his chair. He kind of like reaches back for it, and having it knocked down, the young man with the scar kind of sits down and picks it back up, sets it up for him, and him and all three of them sit back down together. I fear personal retribution. El Terrell was attempted to be taken by the first mistress of hell many years ago, and it was through the blood of our people, my blood, my friend's blood, that we managed to carve our way back to the material plane. We have protected ourselves since then, but this city sits as antithesis of our very being. It threatens our lives. It terrorizes our people. It concerns us deeply. And while I understand your plea to give time so that she may serve as an ally, I implore you to consider my plea that in her actions of attempting to bolster her army, she may look upon a former stronghold and move on it against your wishes, without you there to stop it, because you cannot fight all devils on all sides.
No. And if your problem was the biggest problem we had, like when El Terrell was taken over, that was the biggest problem. If your problem was the biggest problem right now, we would be on your side. We'd be taking care of it already. We would have taken care of it when we first got there.
Problem is, there's bigger issues about.
My
And
lord,
we need to take care of them in the proper order.
my lord,
Domino.
I cannot express the how. What's the word I'm looking for? I understand your plight. Well, I understand your plight more than you know. Sacrificing all to protect your home and all you care for. I'm there with you. I don't want to seem vulnerable when discussing this, but I feel your pain more so than you realize. All I ask is at least just a chance. Just let us, if not destroy Tiamat, let us make sure that her chains can never break again. And you have my word that I myself, if she breaks her side of the arrangement, I will be there by her side personally to send her back to the Nine Hells.
Make me one more persuasion check. And then, as you say that, and Delt kind of takes in, listening, mulling over the words. Yeah, normal persuasion. It was a good argument, but he came in here hot and heavy.
Flash.
Okay, go for
D10.
it. That's 12, and Rose said they're going to keep it up on you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All it takes from
Okay.
Rose is a kind word and a gentle wink. Okay.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
There we go.
He kind of
No,
sighs,
but
and as he goes to reply, Lady Silverhand steps up and goes, "Perhaps we should take a small respite. Get our minds clear, come back to the table as allies, as friends, and discuss the possible avenues forward for our united council. What say you all? And Braun nods, and Delt, who was getting ready to say something, kind of sighs with a, yes, that would probably be best. A small respite would be much appreciated. Belin nods, and Melindrock nods as well.
Of course. Well, on that note, if you give me a moment, I'll have refreshments prepared for everyone. We'll take a recess from here, and we'll get back together in 10, 15 minutes. Or no.
You guys will be together. You just come back to the table in
Oh, right. Okay.
half an hour. You guys, I mean, it's kind of like being at a conference. It gives the various people here a chance to mingle with each other if they so choose.
Lunch
Away
break.
Lunch break, because I really need a drink. And
Yeah, I wanted to grab a drink, but I stopped because everything was getting so intense, and it was so interesting. It could have went either way at any point. I didn't want to walk away. I've been thirsting.
Me too.
21 on that last roll. That was good. And because like I know Ken he's not a charisma character, and so I know when I put you in these positions that it's hard for you. That was good, man. That was good. Okay, I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back.
Same, BRB.
Opportunity to use the bathroom.
Great.
Oh boy, that was wild.
Yeah, let's not have him go off and attack Zariel by himself. That would cause a lot of issues.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah.
He's full of really intense divine magic. I'm sure he can handle it.
Yeah, I'm sure he wants to deal with Robert.
Oh, if he sees Robert, like, I don't think we're gonna be able to stop him from trying to fucking fight. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
that,
you're like,
we
okay.
might could convince him to lay off Azario right now. But if he finds out someone like Robert is working with her along with all this devil, probably gonna tip the scales in his favor. And we need to avoid letting him get a hold of that information.
Probably for the best. Excuse me, Jesus.
Also, that whole time they were talking about demons and devils and stuff, Oni had a little, like a really worn old book that he was scribbling stuff into at the mention of Zariel the whole time. He was committing that to his notes.
So is he like a priest or something, or like a monk priest or something?
So he's a monk fighter, but his whole thing is that he's trying to get an understanding beyond just like one belief. He has been alive for hundreds of years and has put himself into just about every religion in the Sword Coast Pantheon to get an understanding of like the pros and cons, so that he can kind of figure out the best of everything.
Oh, so he's trying to like find a pretty much like Nirvana almost, like
Yeah, that's exactly what he is. He's on a pilgrimage of enlightenment.
That's cool.
Hell yeah. It was fun making that Pantheon, because picking and choosing the ones I wanted to use.
That one I mentioned was the god of travel. That's why I said you guys should just check them out. I'm sure they'll work with you, get you where you need.
That makes sense. By the way, I leveled Nicholas while we were waiting. His max HP is 46.
Oh
my
god!
At level 14.
I leveled up Emmeline before today. She hit level 9. which is why she was able to cast Teleportation Circle. The Avengers are level 9 now, and she has more hit points than Glitz.
Dude,
Oh God!
if you have 46, I
Oh.
physically couldn't kill you, even if I min roll damage. Just my bonus,
Outright.
not even the dice, just bonus is like 45.
Oh God.
So you still got to add in 7d8 on top of that. We got to protect you at all.
Yeah,
I think that's why he chose Divine School of Divination, just so he can be like, no, you fail, no, you fail, no, you fail.
Here's the thing. Even if he like fire breath attack from a dragon and he saved, he would still die.
We gotta keep this man at the
So he
back lines. We
unconscious.
gotta keep him where he's not
You
even
are staying
aware of
300 feet away, so you better pray you have a spell sniper.
I knew it. I didn't realize it was 40 something low.
No, he has really bad strength and really bad con. And here's the thing,
Yep.
he's not a war mage. He is a scholar first before
Yeah.
anything else. So he doesn't have advantage on constitution saves. He doesn't have
Our
spell
poor little
sniper.
guy.
And now
He
you
is-
know a little bit of Nicholas's plot hook too.
He is a scholar
We got a
and
magic
advisor.
suddenly. We gotta get to the bottom of it.
Right?
Maybe we should get him an amulet of health, just so we could bump his constitution to 19.
That would actually, God, that would help so much.
Yeah.
I can make one of those.
Right? They're
There you
not
go,
hard.
perfect.
I feel like
It would give
uncommon
you.
almost.
Let's
One
see.
of my-
Okay.
One of my infusions is replicate magic item amulet of health. I think I'm at the level where I can make one. I just need to pick up.
Well, as soon as we
You
meet
could
this
even
man,
buy one.
I need you to assess that he is super frail right out the gate, so that we can get it on him as soon as possible.
Aerith will
What's
give
his,
him a
base
poke.
con? It's 6, right?
His
Or 7?
no, his strength is 6. His con is 8.
8. It's minus 1. So you would gain 70 hit points.
Slightly helpful.
Oh my god.
You gain 1 hit point for every 2, and you would go, yeah. And then at every level, yeah.
But his
That's-
whole thing is planning ahead. He's a scholar. He's not a fighter. He has no intention. Well, beforehand he had no intention of actually fighting people. So all of his skills are set towards scholarly learning, like helping others. Like he has nothing into combat. He rarely ever fights, and if he does, it's like, well, gotta run away.
Better run.
I'm out. Bye.
So I'm assuming you have like blur, mirror image, misty step.
He will have that, and he has a lot of like random magical items. But he's a divination wizard. He's supposed to always know what's going on.
He's prepared for anything. That's what we need.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the health to back it up.
So, okay. Ken, you're back, right?
I'm back.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted Simple Chill.
But he's in the background. So we don't worry about him until he shows up.
So as you guys break for your midday lunch, the council have been going for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, about 1, 2 in the afternoon now. You were you just going to do it here in the council room, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Depends on where everybody goes, I guess.
Well, I mean,
Does
they're leaving it
like
up to you.
does yeah, well, I mean, does everybody stay at the table? Do they like get up and like mingle?
Yeah, they'll get up. They'll start to move around and mingle. Hadrian, that's why I was just wondering. If you're doing it in here, but doing it in here, they'll you can let them know that food will be coming, and with a mental will, you know that white mage, red mage, and black mage are going to be bringing. So, knowing that we're on a break, or on a meeting break, you guys invite Emmeline, Taz, and Sid to come in and join. So you have your full entourage of everyone here. Emmeline and Hadrian will kind of catch up. Taz is going to... She's actually going to go talk to Lady Silverhand. Because, she likes to rub elbows with the political elite. Who still has her guard. Sid comes in and just kind of sees all of the nobility and looks down at himself and goes, I am not dressed for this. Not at all.
We got him some fresh new duds.
Yeah,
He's
fancy
good.
clothes.
Yeah,
They are nice.
he's
They are new.
semi-fancy.
They're
We-
not
we
royal
even-
robes.
We even retroactively have a little small squirrel-sized tux for nothing.
Oh, I gotta get Nothin. I forgot Nothin's
No,
taken.
no.
But yeah,
no.
they'll kind of all break away. The various groups are talking among themselves right now. It's that first initial well, what do you think of what they were saying? What do you think of all of this? Mostly Delt is talking with Froome, and they haven't even really they stood up because they didn't really want to be seated anymore, but they're in a huddled corner.
Is Lady Boleyn close to Delt, or is she far enough away that you could talk to her without them overhearing?
Yeah, she's far enough away because they're trying to. Oop! I grabbed the Elturel name. I didn't mean to grab that. Ah. Everything was on a grid, but it was set off the grid because I wanted it to look pretty, and so it's all snapping back to the grid. These three head over here, and they're talking amongst themselves, what do we do? Who do we help? Boleyn is just going to sit in her chair and just kind of lean over, and she's just talking to the tiefling over her shoulder. Braun is just kind of over there. So I will leave that. If Falna wants to go and talk to Aerith, but I don't know where Aerith would have walked to.
He would have ran up and hugged his mom on the spot.
I probably would have just gone over here just to keep an eye
Definitely.
on things.
So I figured you two are talking, and Satra and Melindrock are talking to each other. Taz is there with Laryl and Corporal Trice. Ken there. All right, cool. So as you guys break out, who has anything they want to do?
I'm just gonna slide over here. The reason I asked is because I didn't want to talk to her after hearing what Delt had to say about that whole thing. But he's just gonna calmly approach and just, Lady Boleyn, would you mind if I asked you something?
Of course, go ahead.
I'll kind of settle into this chair, not trying to be rude and take Melindrock's seat or anything. It's just the closest one to her, and just understand that this is judgment free. You kind of hold the book out to her so that she can see notes on all the different divinity that he studied, the good, the neutral, the evil. No judgment. He's just, who would it be all right if I inquired who it is you put your faith in?
She smiles. I put my faith in the people of Baldur's Gate and of the Sword Coast.
He'll kind of smile wryly and give her a nod, that's very admirable. But not exactly what I mean. There is a certain aura about you that is drastically different to the rest of the people in here. And he kind of, save for Brian, I don't really sense anything from him.
I am unsure. Is perhaps my perfume is setting off some weird senses. I have and always will remain a stalwart champion of the people. They are who I serve. Who I do all of this for.
I'm kind of nod. Like I said, this is purely judgment free. I am not going to tell anyone what path to walk or who to follow. I was just curious. The ambient energy that you kind of exude is not especially divine. He's trying to pick his words carefully, so again, he's not trying to alert anyone. He's just genuinely curious as to why, because he noticed those few ticks during that conversation. He's just scholarly, curiosity, almost.
She chuckles, and you hear Sarah. You hear the tiefling behind go. Now that's just kind of rude, now isn't it? And Belinda goes, Sarah, no, it's fine, it's fine. It's not unusual for those who come from Baldur's Gate to fall into that kind of scrutiny. Our city is known as a, I believe, den of iniquity was a term used at one point. Perhaps some of that's just rubbed off on me, but I assure you, it is. I am here for my people and for the Sword Coast, and I appreciate the lack of judgment and the openness, but unfortunately, I'm not sure I have the answer to the question you are seeking.
I'll just give one more nod. I understand.
Okay.
And he'll slide back over to the seat he was in.
Sounds good. All right,
Ken's
the
just
three of them
gonna let out-
return to hushed conversations. Go ahead, Ken.
Ken's just gonna let out a big old sigh.
Yeah, Rose will come up and kind of grab you by the arm and lean closer. Just, can I talk to you?
Before Rose takes you away, Sid grabs you on the other shoulder and goes, You're doing great. Just remember, breathe, all right? You just got to breathe, and you'll get through. Taps you twice on the shoulder with a big, well, not even a big meaty hand because he's been a bit malnourished recently. But he taps you on the shoulder and, Nuts and I believe in you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, Rose,
Alright,
what's up?
Now can I talk to you? Come here. I guess the corner over here. Just drag Ken.
I like the way the little tiny dragons are lined up. It's like you're the mom and they're just following you like a little trail of ducks.
Yep.
Alright. Look, I understand that you're being like the full mediator, not trying to step on anyone's toes here at all at the meeting, but I don't trust that guy at all.
Yeah, I kind of see a little bit of my past self in him. He is just, whenever the devils are involved, he is just single-minded and full of rage.
Sure,
So,
but the only one he seems to care about is his and his own here in this moment. Should he be here?
I mean, this is an opportunity for everyone to air out their grievances, which he clearly did, and to
Clearly.
try to figure out a way to come together to, if nothing else, agree that the cult needs to be taken care of, and then whatever comes next, if Zariel goes back on her word, I'll like I told him, I'll go out and personally help him take care of it if need be.
Yeah, and that's what we said, and he didn't really seem to care or believe us or think that we could be capable of it, which I feel like I said, if we don't stop Tiamat, like, Zariel's no problem.
Yeah, well, with the next little bit of information, I think he'll come around.
Well, that's the thing, Ken. Do we tell him that information if he's steadfast on not being on our side or not realizing the problems with all of this stuff? Like, do we risk telling him more? If we bring him into the full entire thread of all of this stuff and he uses that against us.
Well, if I tell him who I recently became, he'll think twice.
Do you think he'll care? He doesn't seem to care about Tiamat.
Well,
He might get mad you almost dropped the mountain on the city.
well, besides telling him that, I think him hearing my other identity will at least give him pause to cool off and think things through at least a little bit.
No offense, but I feel like you hold your other identity a little too high. I don't know that Ascalon is. It doesn't hold as much weight, maybe, with other people as you think. Do you think he even knows who that is?
I mean, no, but I'm sure he knows who my dad is. I mean, not to sound like a spoiled brat, but
Do you know who my?
You know who my dad is. Will he believe you?
well, I mean, Lady Silverhand seems to believe me. I assume once the information is revealed, she'll back me up. And I mean, if I can't go full dragon, I can, you know, use my other abilities to prove my identity.
Do you think he'll listen to her? He's the kind of guy who thinks he knows everything, the best about everything. He's got all the
knows
cards in
best.
his
Sorry.
hole.
He's a paladin.
Yeah, I understand your concerns. Like, I'm not, you know, I hear you loud and clear. I'm not gonna throw away your concerns at all. Just, I think besides him being ornery about Zaria, I think we got a real opportunity here to get everyone on the same page. And like I said, like you said, Tiamat takes priority. If we could take care of her, I mean, let's take things one step at a time. Let's not try to overthink things.
I just
I
don't.
know I have had to think overthinking, but let's try to take things one step at a time.
Can whatever we tell him in this moment today, he knows then, and that shit can be used against us, against you specifically.
Well, I mean, like I told you yesterday and this morning, if all else, I mean, sometimes you just gotta have a little faith.
Ken, I don't have faith. I'm not a faith person. You keep saying that, and that's your answer for everything, is to have faith. That means nothing. Faith won't bring Eidos back. Faith won't prevent Delt from destroying us if he feels like it.
So, all right. What do you want me to do?
I don't know. I told you, I don't know. I don't know if I can handle losing you. And I'm not about to leave things up to faith. If you want to trust him, fine. I can't stop you. I think it's a mistake.
I know, and I value your opinion. You Arif Nanashi, I value your opinions above all else. I think we should at least give him a little bit of info, if nothing else. Otherwise, they're gonna think, well, why are we here? Are you, you know, here for some other ulterior motive? And then all hell's gonna break loose, you know?
I do, but how do we tell him a little bit and not everything? Can we just ask him to leave?
And then what? Leave him to his own devices?
What
Go
does
to...
Lord Ascalon?
Yes.
Paladin, fighter, please escort Lord Del out.
As you guys are talking, the three of the Platinum Vanguard walk in bearing trays outfitted with snacks and hors d'oeuvres, as well as carafes of fresh water and wine, and are going around the room handing out hors d'oeuvres.
I can't just ask him to leave, otherwise he's going to be left to his own devices. He's going to storm into the city, probably going to get killed, and then that's going to be on.
Probably by
I
Robert.
feel like that's on him then. We told him.
And then that leaves us with, a good chunk of possible support against Tiamat.
I don't know. I don't know more than you know that he will help us. Then he turns around and stabs us in the back.
I get it. No, yeah.
Look what you did, Rose.
I'm not built for this. I build Magitech and repair things and punch things to death. I'm not a diplomat. But
You are now.
Fine.
They're just
What would that
crawling
do?
around you.
Yeah, as you start to say that, like there's a moment where your subconscious gives way, and the baby Restfelgars break from their very respectful like stance, and one of them crawls up on you, and the others are all like crawling around, looking up at you, like, "You okay?"
Oh,
Sweet
I'm
babies.
okay, guys.
if you think this is the right choice, keep him here and tell him everything. I won't stop you. I can't watch you die.
Again.
For a fourth time.
I know, and
Kate.
I know, truly, I know. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? I'm sure you know. And if I can get the information out and all but him agrees, then he at least should understand the gravity of the situation. And if he wants to storm off on his own, then that's on him. Like you said, that's on him. I'll try to formulate a plan in case something happens to where El Terrell will be excluded.
I don't know if I like that plan.
Well, I mean, if he's gonna be an ass, then at the bare minimum, I would honor what I said, and if we we seal off Tiamat, and if Zariel continues to start shit, I will help him straight up. Like, I'm a man of my word, so
I know that. I don't think he does.
well, I hope by the end of this meeting he will know.
Get fucked.
And then I just start, playing with the kiddos for a little bit.
Okay. All right. I saw nobody sitting next to Oni, but first, as the conversations start going off, Falna steps up to Aerith. Aerith, it's good to see you. How are you?
Well, you know, about the same. Exhausted, annoyed.
Yes, that was exhausting and annoying. Now you understand a bit of what I have been doing for your whole life, and why I seem so exhausted and annoyed all the time.
Don't turn this around on me.
But no, I wasn't trying to. No, I'm sincerely. I'm sorry.
I'm just inking your leg.
Noticed. She kind of like smiles, drops her head in that like you got me kind of way. She just kind of like pats you on the top of the head. You are growing into yourself, aren't you? Good.
Yeah.
Good. Seriously though, I've noticed a little bit of she looks over at the Platinum Vanguard. Oh yes, thank you, dear. A little bit of tension here with the group. Is everything all right? What happened to your tiefling friend, Eodos? Is he okay?
He is
Going on another
perfectly
mission?
fine. He's currently on a very, very, very important mission, and he will be back as soon as he's done. So,
Well, that's I guess. I mean, okay. He does know that things are rather. I'm sure he knows. I'm sure.
oh yeah,
Takes a sip of her drink.
100%.
Sure. But, please, why don't you tell me about your recent research? What have you been looking into? What has been keeping you all day busy?
Oh, well, I'll pull out, discreetly the rapier and then shift it into a pistol. Feel like this is, one of the most recent. As
you draw your weapon in the council chamber and shift it into a gun, there is a cacophony of drawn blades as one guard from each group has been on watch. This guy takes a longsword off his back.
I said discreetly.
He I know, but it's a rapier and a gun.
They're watching for this shit, man.
They're watching
He's got
for
a gun!
it. He's got a gun. They all look
Mr.
at
President,
you,
get down!
like drawing their weapons, and you have your weapon in your hand, and your mom looks down at it and looks at you and looks out at the room and all of the drawn blades. And says,
Maybe put that
perhaps you should put
away.
it away, dear. But that is very impressive. How did you get it to shift like that?
You should ask Ken. And then I'll just put it into my bag of holding.
As you sheath away your weapon, there is another all the whispered of the sheaths from the swords being resheathed. But yeah, they're on edge.
Great to know that the room is like that.
Yes, well, nobility, that's why we tried to at least walk with one that can serve as a personal attendant and bodyguard, another as some sort of advisor. But
Not built for this.
Ken's just sitting with his puppies. But yeah, it's just small talk, catching up, wanting to know what you're working on, how you're doing, all that stuff. But you guys can just catch up.
I'm showing her my
as
little
you
notebook as well.
Oh, the Ogma's one?
Yeah, just all the ideas that I've written down and just quickly pass by the help.
Yeah, you kind of don't look at those pages. Don't look at those pages.
Don't look at those pages. Ignore that. Oh, look at this one.
That's interesting. I like how. I really like how he doesn't answer your questions. It's really, really amusing to me. He simply posits new questions for you so that you can think about it from a new perspective and then reassess it. I think it's perfect for you.
I really like how he doesn't answer your questions.
She does catch one of the helps at one point, and she sees the like teardrop stains, the wrinkled in the paper, and there's like as you're flipping through it quickly, there's that moment where she sees it, you know she sees it, she knows that you know she sees it, but no one says anything about it because it's obviously it's from a tender moment. She's not looking to like press wounds. Catch her up.
Don't worry about it.
And I think the only other grouping of you guys is Nobody and Oni. So as Nobody sits down next to Oni.
He was just odd. He's everyone has their own like distinct look to them, and he seems odd. So nobody kind of want to talk to him because he seemed like a traveler.
Traveler with traveler.
Pretty much.
What is this, Genshin
It's pretty
Impact?
much his reasoning. I have not played, so I do not know.
Well, I mean, we can broad strokes it, roleplay it, it's up to you.
He's just curious
Yeah,
where he
me-
came from.
He'll just explain, you know. I mean, he's honestly from Lintier originally, like the Elf Kingdom. So maybe not exactly Lintier, but somewhere out that way. And
Yeah, it would have been.
you hit nail on the head. He's just been wandering for hundreds of years, kind of bouncing around.
What's that place called? I have it somewhere. He's gonna ask if he's been to the eastern country, this famous Japan. I have it written down somewhere.
Japani. Sorry.
That's right. The Far East. God damn it! Why do I write stuff like that? Oh, Jinzo.
Jinsao, yeah.
Jinzo.
Jinsao.
You had heard of it in your travels. It's beyond the Dalelands. There is a
Yes.
path that you can get to it through the cold Arctic to the north of the Dalelands, but it's treacherous, it's mountainous, and it is on the other side of the rotating Dales.
Yeah, and I'll just say that I've heard of it, and I would love to experience it. Unfortunately, I got a little distracted in my path of understanding, and I got bogged down in the Dalelands.
You have time.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, blink of an eye, 20 years passed. You know? It's kind of unfortunate.
You know how it is.
Jaeger can attest to that. Took a nap and 1,000 years went by. Alright. Well, as the Platinum Vanguard finishes up with the hors d'oeuvre plates, they gather up the empty vessels of water and wine, bringing them out and replacing them with new ones. They stand at the door, kind of like waiting for Rose to not be in the way of the door.
Oh, they're just pacing back and
Yeah,
forth.
you're just
So.
before each of them like stands pretty much right next to each other in the door, and then as one they all three bow and step out. Like that, like super very
Soldier-like.
respectful nature. Yeah.
Mhm.
But as they do, the various members return to their seats to begin the second part of the council as we discuss the path forward. If Alna lets you know, Aerith, that we'll be able to talk more after the conference and hopefully catch up on all of the ins and outs of your life and what you've been doing and everything. It'll be great.
So you just wanted my autobiography. Great.
Yeah, she wants to know. She's invested.
Like any mom, you know?
The Elturel contingent returns to their seats and kind of sits down. They're not upset anymore. Like he was like heaving. His chest was like he was breathing hard, yelling, not really screaming, but yelling his arguments. And at this point, he's calmed down. So the break was good for him. The others can sit. And
I forgot to flirt with Aerith's mom during the break.
No, damn
There'll be time.
there'll be time.
it.
You have time.
It's also not going to be as if
Sid,
you're going to have a gun to your back at all during the interaction.
I can dodge it.
I'll catch it.
What
I
if it's
believe
a
it.
mind
I
sliver?
really believe it.
Psychic lands, mind spike.
Joke's on you, I don't got a brain anyways.
We just fixed your brain. What are you talking about?
Just because you
Still
fixed his
got
brain
holes in
doesn't
it.
mean he was smart to begin with. He was average to begin with.
All right.
Anywho.
Sitting back down, the contingents finish up their various small conversations. I turn the new playlist back on, and we are brought into the second half of the council. So, as they adjust themselves, quiet once again sets, the party sits down around you in the seats that they had chosen prior, and the faces of the council are pointed towards you, Ken.
All right. I'm glad everyone got some refreshments and got to shake off the tension a tad. I hope everyone's, filled and ready to go. Now to begin to discuss the meat of the matter. But to begin, I would like to lead with an apology. In recent times, I have walked and me and my team have discovered things that if a normal person would have heard, they probably would have scoffed it off as some insane conspiracy theory and went about their business or something along the lines is, I don't believe you. Who are you? You're just some crazy person. But I believe everyone here is of a higher intelligence and will take the next few sentences with a grain of salt, or will, I guess, give it a chance to digest, and hopefully I can prove what I'm about. I apologize if I'm rambling, but where to begin? Well, I guess the more important start in time will be over 20 years ago in Baragost. Some of you was there at the previous meeting. Some of you may not have been. To refresh and to introduce what happened at Baragost, I am the sole survivor of the massacre at Baragost. And recently, I have come across suppressed memories of that time. And then he'll start. Well, he'll like he's gonna. So full disclosure, besides the whole deal with Bog and what happened to him, he's gonna just slowly, unravel bit by bit. Try to give people to digest, and then move on to the next chunk, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna start with Baragos and what happened there.
Okay, and the sacrifice.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So Baragost is well known. The tragedy there is well known along the Sword Coast because an entire city-state falls. It's news. News that there was a survivor is known by a few of the people here. That you were a survivor of that, but I think Lord Delt's probably the one who kind of he raises an eyebrow and looks at the others, but seeing that they're not questioning it, because I'm pretty sure you've told the other four. He kind of just goes along with it, describing the sequence of your memories and getting to the end of it with the sacrifice and the stone. Lady Silverhand will kind of lean forward. Then is this the same man with the red mask that you saw in the Dale Lands? This this prominent feature who had... What was it you said? He cast a spell that... It created some sort of stone?
Yes, after discussions with my team, we have led to believe it's some advanced form of necromantic magic. Sigils are formed symmetrically around the target, and when activated, it, for all intents and purposes, absorbs the soul of everything inside the land, the people, everything, and condenses it into a gem. And that's why everything, when I was told that rebuilding efforts was met with failure, that's the reason why.
Yes, we have not been able to reestablish any sort of nation there or close by. As she finishes, Melandrox shakes his head. This is what Narenvane was endeavoring to do. You told me that he was inscribing circles around Lintier, working with cold. It was to recreate this same foul magic?
Unfortunately, yes, Your Majesty. I have reason to believe that someone, more likely Severin, taught him the same instruction and attempted it in your kingdom.
And the death of my son lays at the hands of this Severin.
Yes, sir.
And sits down into himself and kind of pulls his face back into his beard just a little bit, kind of mulling it over. Well, that is a revelation. This is Boleyn. She kind of chimes in. What do you think? What is his intention with this stone? I mean, is it some sort of power source? What use would he have for it?
Well, we were informed that the keys to Tiamat's cage are either a great sacrifice of material items, gold, magic items, or a sacrifice of blood or souls. It's my reason, it's my opinion that he activated this spell in order to secure a massive amount of souls in an effort to loosen, if not break, the chains on Tiamat's cage.
Okay. And how many do we believe that he has secured at this point? I mean, there's one in Baragost, yes. This is troubling. A powerful mage with powerful arcane. How many do we know of? What are we looking at now?
Well, there's 5 locks. Baragos, using process of elimination, Baragos was probably used for one of the locks. Unfortunately, we don't know the progress of the other 4 locks.
Well, that is something. These 4 titans, could the quelling of them be linked to these sacrifices? And Lady Silverhand looks over at Oni. You are more familiar with the titans than I, but it's possible they are creatures of pure magic, are they not?
They are. They are primal in nature and do not seem to be able to be killed or destroyed, but brought under control, which never seen anyone as insanely powerful as the man with the red mask. If that is one of the locks, he has one left.
He has broken 3, potentially, out of the Dalelands. If our assumption is correct. Well, I suppose we should look into these now. Is there any other information regarding these sacrifices or the process therein that you have that you could share with us? Perhaps the group together.
Well, if memory serves, the sacrifices themselves can either be of innocent blood, the blood of the fervent or the cultists, or the blood of chromatic dragons. As my team and I have slain numerous of the chromatics, I believe they've decided on getting their sacrifices elsewhere. Where that entails, I couldn't say.
Very good. Okay. Well, not good, but at least good to know. Alright, well, these sacrifices, or his intention, are troubling, but it simply means that we need to stop him. If it is something that he is doing and collecting, it is a process that can be stopped. Then we should endeavor to stop him. Now, Master Oni has informed me that he has made his residence lately within the Dale Lands, traversing them, and has, at the time of your leaving, had passed into the Dale of Water, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was some months ago. Your route took you quite a ways around. Do we know other ways into the Dale Lands? Do we know how the cult got there?
I know several. The problem is that many of them have either been closed off behind them or guarded heavily enough that trying to get through is impossible for someone themselves. The path I took me through the north, through a mountain range that passed through a very cold place called Icewind Dale. That one didn't seem guarded. I'm not sure if they just chalked it up to being too far out of the way. I intercepted multiple cultists trying to find a way through, and many of them mentioned several passages, but that was the only one I could find that was doable.
Well, we have at least one viable route. We could facilitate faster travel to Icewind Dale, up the coast, than you were able to find on foot. At least we could start from Waterdeep and move from there. So we could retrace your steps, potentially getting there quicker, but time is of the essence, so... She looks over at the Wanderers of Starlight. What do you recommend? What have you uncovered?
Well, based on the information Tyranny has provided, I think we can take it upon ourselves to be the forward scouts, while everyone, I mean, I don't want to say it, but if the other, I mean, if the cult has retreated from the coast, I mean, it's only fair that we know where they are. So, as a large battle is more than likely going to ensue. They will fight tooth and nail to prevent us from getting our hands on Severin, and by extension, freeing Tiamat.
You know, Emmeline was also researching how to get there. Did you want to have her? She's just outside the door.
Right. Yes, I have the future guild master of the Starfall branch. She has went to great lengths to research the Dale Lands, and I believe her insight would be as beneficial as Sir Oni's information. If you would all allow for her to approach the desk or approach the table to reveal her findings.
That's fine with us. If you have extra insights that you can offer from your friends, that could help.
Okay.
Just crack the door open. Just, Emily,
Yeah.
come here.
Okay.
And just
How's it
reach
going?
out through the door and grab
What?
her arm and pull her in.
What? Oh, okay. She kind of like waves. Hi, everybody. What's up?
We were just discussing the Dale lands and ways to get
Oh.
there, and I know that you've been spending all of your free time researching this. It would be kind of a waste not to tell us anything about it.
Well, yeah. She kind of like steps forward. Like, so, from what I found out, there are a few paths. They tend to shift around, move like between places. She's kind of just going to step up to the table. There's I found an adventurer's journal that me and Aerith were able to decode. There are several paths through the mountains that we think go deep under the ground, like maybe even down into the Underdark, before resurfacing on the other side. The accounts that I had found from 150, 200 years ago of adventuring parties heading there to help with I think it was the droughts. Yeah, the droughts at that time. It they traveled through an underground tunnel. It took them, I think it was about 2 weeks to get through before they broke through onto the other side, passing through an underground cavern network that was aglow with purple crystals. From what I could understand, it sounded like they possibly skirted by some illithid, maybe some umber hulks, your standard denizens of the Underdark. But given maybe a few more days research and some focus on it, maybe a cartographer or two, I should be able to narrow down where their cave entrance is. I just know it's somewhere near Parnast at this point. Looks around at everyone, who kind of like looks at each other and looks over at Ken. Well, that's at least two different options. This one does seem a little bit quicker, but a little less certain. We know that Lord Oni's, or Master Oni's path is open and works. So I believe we would leave it up to your discretion to decide on which way the Trailblazers would like to blaze the trail. The question at hand that I have is what we may be able to do to offer you assistance. And as Silverhand starts talking, Emmeline, kind of realizing she's just standing there awkwardly, kind of goes, "All right, I'm just gonna excuse myself. Okay, all right." She like bows, curtsies, bows, steps out.
You could take Ida's spot.
It feels weird. Sorry. I'll be right outside if you need me. She like hush whispers to you and goes out the door. Yes, anyway, very adorable. So, what are you looking from us?
Well, we'll see. The absolutely basic thing is I want everyone here to understand, like, the seriousness, and I'm not saying that you're not taking it serious. I just want you to truly understand the depths of danger and urgency that the cult is making us undertake. Like we have said briefly earlier, Tiamat herself, just her presence, threatens all of existence. I personally cannot allow her to break free. I, on top of having a duty to seeing this world continue and be safe and peaceful, I, to put it simply, it's a family affair. To of the lack of better terms, to make sure she stays in her cage.
The various faces across the table. They kind of like they're listening. Let's go from Braun. He has been watching you intently with like an intense focus that you get from like military commanders. This is what you kind of see. Someone who cannot have their attention swayed because they're so rigidly trained that they just focused. He doesn't give much away as far as whether he believes you or not, but he listens to your words and just kind of nods. Delt, while you're talking, makes an unfortunately dismissive sound more than once or twice, like a but he doesn't say anything, just kind of like huffing to himself. Lady Boleyn looks and like closes her eyes, nodding, listening to this plea for everyone to work together, to come together to understand this. Melandrock has that very kind of similar look on his face, and Silverhand is. She has a smile creeping up in the corner of her lips, but because she knows that this is something that you put together, and she has stood at the head of councils before, so she's kind of just enjoying having someone else run the show, and she's happy with what she's seeing. But
So I so again, I want to apologize because, as you may have already surmised, this land wasn't naturally formed. My dream for this land goes beyond just turning it into a city. I want it to become a beacon, a safe haven for like-minded men and women to come together in a collaborative effort to research, develop, and share the resulting knowledge, all to help uplift the land and bring balance and peace for everyone. I will not suffer another group like the Cult of Tiamat to ravage the land and bring it to the edge of destruction. I won't suffer another child undergoing the same darkness and despair that I did. As the powers that be of the coast, it's time for us to come together and to fulfill the duty of nobility. Noblesse oblige. Join your strength with ours, and I believe that together we can save not only our cities, but all of existence.
give me a persuasion check. As you stand up and appeal to it. Ooh,
Oh,
Hell yeah, dude.
there
woo!
you go.
Yes.
Heartfelt, impassioned speech to the leaders of the Sword Coast. I don't know the term off the top of my head, but I recognized it as soon as you said it. Noblesse oblique, something like that.
Noblesse oblige. The
Noblesse
duty
oblige.
Oh, please.
is the duty of the strong and fortunate to help, the less fortunate.
As you say these words, it echoes out across the room. They resonate with each of the different leaders who are nodding, listening, and Delt finally stands and looks at you and repeats, Noblesse oblige. Yes. What I have been attempting to live by, to protect those that need protecting. I still believe Square Noble in its current state to stand as a sore spot and a cancer on this coast. I still fervently believe that it is a threat to our sovereignty, not only my city-state, but yours, Lord Braun, yours, Lady Boleyn, even yours, Lord Melindrak, and Lady Silverhand. Be it far away, should this darkness spread, it will be all-consuming. That said, your words have conviction, and they have heart. I do not know what the paladins of Elturel may be able to offer to you beyond our blades and our faith. But should you call on us, I will answer.
Insight check.
Boleyn kind of looks... Go ahead, roll me an insight check. Boleyn looks over at him. Seems like a pretty straightforward guy. Looks over and goes, well, I mean, you've had my support. I still am just unsure of what we plan to do. The cult constituted a large army of troops that they had pulled out and moved across a nation. If we were to field an army, it would take time to be able to catch up to them. A small group such as yourselves could catch them, especially given magical means and transportation, but once we start talking thousands of troops, we are looking at a much different battlefield. Silverhand. Yes, I wish I could offer better magical solutions, but as I have said, I have no divine aid to help me puzzle out these problems. That is also my concern, is where the cult is heading. Given that you are able to catch them, how can we offer you aid?
Correct. I failed to mention that. Yeah, their target location is the Will of Dragons. I apologize for. It must have slipped my mind.
It is.
But that's their location that they're attempting to reach.
It is no concern. I know not where this Well of Dragons may be. Have any of you? She kind of like looks out over the group. Have any of you even heard of it? And they all shake their heads. There's nothing that I've come across in my years of study. Somewhere far away, I would assume. Yes, so, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not looking for a solution here. These councils are a means to get like-minded individuals, as you said, talking about a problem so that we can solve it together. And you obviously have powerful allies. You were able to bring Taz McKellar here, and she isn't even a member of this council, I am now noticing. So she is here simply as ally and friend to you, meaning you have aid and magic, but we do not know how we'd be able to get our armies to you. And I believe that should be the discussion. Yes? She looks over the other leaders. What we all would be able to offer on the battlefield, and how we could offer it.
Yes, and you are correct.
We've got a standing order of 100 Eldritch Knights, as well as several hundred Elven Archers that are deployable at a moment's notice. I simply need to make the command. Boleyn can... I have knights, cavalry, we have ships, sailors, and battleships as well for protecting our coast, although getting those through teleportation would be even harder, but I could potentially field another 500 to 1,000 fighting men. Delts, nods. Our numbers are small, but they are potent. I could bring 200 fighting paladins of various rank to this endeavor, given a way to get there. Braun. We haven't really had to field an army since Iriabor's inception. We've existed mostly as a trade city, and now recently as a focus of magical growth. However, that being said, we could call upon the magical guilds of the city to lend us their wizards, mages, artificers, if they are not artificers, enchanters, if they have them, and potentially outfit our coalition as well as provide some magical support. But no one would be able to get to a place that we don't know of. And then he looks at you. So, as the leader of this endeavor, I suppose that will be your path to forge. How to get there, and then how to get us there.
Correct. And I appreciate all of you. I appreciate your confidence in me, and I will not let you down. I will begin formulating the necessary steps to for gathering everyone and to get everyone to the designated spots at the designated time. Unfortunately, I come from a background of building Magitech, so extraordinary teleportation and high arcane magic is a little bit out of my league, but I believe with enough time and research and a good collaborative effort, I believe I could find a way to expedite the process of transportation.
Adrian kind of chimes up. Don't sell yourself short, son. I've seen you build some pretty impressive things. So maybe artificery is what we need, not enchantment. Maybe we need something different.
I'm sure maybe with some time and some brainstorming, I could possibly come up with a large range teleportation module.
Seen you do crazier. Quite literally.
Yeah, and again, I am so sorry about the guild hall.
Nah, y'all fixed it. No problem. As good as new, probably better even. But either way, I didn't want you putting your skills down, man. I've seen what you've become in this past year, and I think looking around this table, you're the leader for this that we need. You and the Wanderers. You guys are the ones that have to make us the path, as well as go after the big dog, because we can handle an army. At least I assume these chuckleheads can handle an army. This Severin, from what we've encountered with him, that's on you guys.
No pressure.
Right. Well, I guess I can get started on theory crafting and brainstorming, and if I'm, with some time, I could possibly put ideas to paper, and I'll reach out to each of your heads of enchantment and magic item building, and maybe we can put our heads together to turn that idea on paper into something more physical. Let me, give me a moment, and I'm gonna step out to grab Sid briefly.
All right. Yes, take your time. He kind of looks over. He is referring most likely to Master Manon, the prominent enchanter within Eriabor. They have a well-established relationship, and Manon has spoken quite highly of their small troop, so hopefully. Rose, that came in while this was going on.
Yeah.
But Ken, you can step through the doors. You look over. Sid is kind of like sitting between Taz and Emmeline, scritching Nothin on his shoulder. And it's over to you. How's it going, boyo?
Hey, Sid, you mind coming in real quick?
Sure. What you need me for?
Just, I'm a and just follow him on the. Okay.
Absolutely, following your lead. You say that out loud?
No,
Huh?
just like low enough for him to like me and him to discuss it, but not loud enough for them to hear it.
Gotcha. Okay, sounds good. All right. Well, just I guess lead the way. He'll step in behind you. Okay, just like
Ladies and gentlemen, you may have seen this man during our break. This here is my mentor and uncle, Sid, a master artificer from the land of Latin, and is the person who taught me how to be an artificer.
well, I
I
gave
believe-
him the basics. He taught himself most of it, from what I can see. But sorry. Go ahead, son. Just
I believe, like I mentioned before, in a collaborative effort with all of our chief engineers and magic item crafters, we could possibly put this idea in motion, and possibly can get something built and ready sooner than possibly expected. Sid, we've. How do you feel about the idea of a wide range teleportation module?
kind of like stops. Normally outside the realm of our specific craft, although perhaps if we created two linked, maybe. It's gonna take. You'd have to be the best artificer in the land. It hurts me deeply in my actual wounds to say it, but
Mhm.
you would need to have power like Eric has in order to make it work. But
Absolutely not.
well, not
Well,
like evil power. So he kind of like gets flustered and starts fiddling with his thumbs in front of himself. He's like, so
Like, do you mean like a power source, like something to power up at least enough for the troops to come through?
like you'd have to be able to cast magic of a sufficient level. I think that wizards here use like a spell level system to designate how much power spells draw. And Lady Silverhand, yes, they vary from levels 1 to 9. Cantrips drawing very little power at all. Level 9 spells requiring the most learned and powerful enchanters in order to cast those spells. And said, right. So it's the same thing with artificery, except it's a little bit more limited because of the nature of it. So like 5th level, but you could potentially create a portable teleportation circle that you could then carry to the destination, set it up there, and then one of the magically inclined here could open the door. But I mean, you'd have to be powerful, and that's going to take some work. I'd need some help of people that are good with artificery, preferably Londonians, but getting them to come here is going to be tricky.
Right. Well, I guess the alternative route is building up some artificers here.
I could do that. I could train a few of the more, I don't know how to phrase it, inclined amongst the nation. See if we could get some up. I don't know if I could train more than like a dozen though. Seems like a lot. But a dozen good pairs of hands working on my instruction and not working on their own bad habits. Your help especially, Ken. I probably could do it. Maybe. 50-50.
Okay.
But, is there anything else you needed from me? Anything else I can help you with, son?
I think we got a good plan of motion. Anyone else?
No, I know very little about artificery and Silverhand. It sounds like a viable solution. I am questionable because teleportation circles normally cannot be moved. However, this is a new type of magic, so perhaps Magitech can do what enchantment cannot, and I'm willing to give Master Sid here the time to see if this would play out. Meanwhile, we can gather together our troops and have things ready, as well as work on alternate paths, maybe prepare a few airships, and given a good destination and enough time, well, no, the mountains. Either way, it is at least one possible solution. The only thing remaining is to decide which path you all would take, which is your decision. And I think she kind of like looks out over the rest. It's like I think that's more or less what we needed to discuss. Del kind of looks at us. I would still appreciate if the various members here could deploy a small contingent to El Terrell to at least bolster its defenses, as well as secure some much-needed farmland around it. The area between El Terrell and Scornoble is about 120 miles in distance, and half of that is taken up by the Devil's influence. Any aid you all would be able to provide would be greatly appreciated, and your troops would be well taken care of in their time there. Boleyn,
And,
Do you think that's smart?
to bolster my defenses in the event that a devil does not do what she says she would do? I do.
To split the limited forces that you all have.
When you call on us, they will be there for you to use. But in the meantime, it would be appreciated if they could stand at the ready on guard. Boleyn, kind of looks over at him. I would be happy to send my contingent of cavalry as well as knights to help bolster defenses you have around El Terrell, as well as perhaps a small detachment of spies that could potentially infiltrate the Squanoble and determine its true state. Delton.
So, about those spies, all I could recommend is make sure they are fully vetted and of a good nature before infiltrating.
She kind of looks over her shoulder.
Of a good nature. Smart.
I suppose I understand. You're looking for heroic individuals. You do not want them succumbing to the influence there?
Correct.
Very good. Okay. I believe we could probably pick out a few of our more underhanded but less undermining infiltrators to deploy, if Lord Delt wishes it, of course. Delt nods. Any aid that the city-states would be willing to give would be greatly appreciated. And he looks over at Rose. I guarantee you they won't be too tired to fight the cult when the time comes. It is mostly just there to make my citizens feel secure and safe behind a coalition banner, as well as our own paladins.
That's not really what I'm worried about.
So you're concerned that this devil Zariel will break her word, ride on the knights that protect El Terrell, ride them
I'm
down,
worried if you
destroying
antagonize
your
her,
own army.
then
you will have
yeah.
to trust me as you trust her not to antagonize.
I don't trust either of you.
Your group seems more than willing. At this moment, Ken, you hear a hushed voice behind your back go, well, I'm just going to go ahead and step out because it's getting a bit heated, so bye. And the door opens and closes behind.
Rose, I get it. They
didn't
just
make a
they're not
make a deal.
antagonize. They're not there to antagonize. They just want just a little bit of security. My lord, can you can you please? Can I trust you to command your troops to be there for security only? Not to antagonize.
Lady Boleyn will lean forward. I will personally command my troops that they are instructed to protect El Tyrell and are not instructed to pass through the barrier of shadows that surrounds Scornoble. Delt kind of like grumbles a little bit to himself. That is more than acceptable. A strong defense will be fine, and I agree not to poke the hornet's nest without at least convening with this council once more. Is that acceptable?
I'll turn
What
back
Sorry,
over.
go
about-
Can I insight check both of them?
Sure, go for it.
I
And
turn
what
back to
about the
Rose.
spies?
Well, I suppose I will leave that up to Lord Delt's discretion. Lady Boleyn is being completely honest. Actually, he has a pretty good persuasion on me. She is not trying to hide anything. She is simply going to deploy her troops as protectors around the city. Delt's a little harder to read, honestly. He seems frustrated. You can't. You get the feeling that he might just stay back and wait for orders, or he could get hot-headed one day. He's kind of all over the map. It's difficult to tell.
That's what you love to hear.
Right.
And then the only other concern that we would have had, of course, the largest concern to me is the disappearance of Mistra. And what all... Did you guys tell them about the Gods Meet when you met them?
Silverhand, at least, I think Silverhand knows.
Silverhand knows, I know. But I know Silverhand knew, like, in a private meeting, right?
Yeah, we didn't. I only told him until the end of the Baragos arc. I didn't go any further than that yet.
Gotcha. Silverhand will be like, she'll turn to you and be like, you all have conversed directly with the gods in the past. Which comes out as a little bit of a shock across the table. They're like, what? Delta's like, direct conversation. Easy way to say that you heard voices. I believe them. But do you have a way of perhaps asking your patrons if they are able to
Yeah, I
find any
can.
information on Mistra? Delt.
Of course.
The
Once
gods
I
will do as the gods will do, and they will inform us when it is our time to know. Silverhand looks at him and just shakes her head and looks back at you, Ken. Please go on, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's quite all right. Yes. When I have time, during, before, or after the initial start of our process to create the portable teleportation circle, I can see if Lord Bahamut knows of can share any details that he might know about the disappearance of Lady Mistra. And who knows, maybe he'll, have more insight on it than we currently do.
That would be much appreciated. Her absence is noted. Though magic continues, I find myself becoming more uneasy of the certainty of the future without her there. So thank you.
Yes, I think I have it on. I'll look at her knowingly, and I'll say, I think I have it on good faith that Lord Bahamut will do everything he can to ascertain the location of Lady Mistra, and you have my word that once that information is brought to light, I will act on it as fast as I can to see her safe.
You have my gratitude.
If that's acceptable, Lord Delt.
He kind of like looks at you. If this young man has a way to help a goddess, who am I to stand in the way of that? However, I find it a curious use of your time and effort, given everything else that you have endeavored to say is of priority. It seems the things that are important to me and the people of my city-state come second to all else. It's an interesting perspective from where I sit, but no, I will not stand in the way of his research.
And Lord Delt, I apologize if my wording made it seem like I'm putting your concerns second. I don't mean to dismiss your concern. Like I said, I understand your rage and the struggles that you went through in the previous contact with Zariel and our forces. I plan, and like I said, if Zariel goes back on the word, I will be at the front line to.
Yes.
I know I might not look the part of someone who can get things done, but
No, I can see the prowess within. I know that you are a formidable foe on the battlefield, and I agree. If my city becomes under attack, I will call on you to stand alongside my paladins, alongside your word, in defense of Elturel.
of course.
But you'll help us first.
I will join this coalition for the common defense of the Sword Coast against all actors, in the assumption that the protection of my city-state is also an important part of this coalition. The best way to show that in the beginning is through the deployment of defensive forces, as Lady Boleyn has already agreed. In return to that, I will deploy my forces at a time that you deem appropriate to help you quell the cultist threat. And when that is done, we will all, and he looks across the table, all march on Scornoble, burn what remains of it to the ground, and consecrate it once again. Is that acceptable? He looks directly at you, Rose.
If they happen at the same time, where do your priorities land then? Do you save everybody or do you save your people?
My people will always come first. Always.
Over the entirety of the Sword Coast and the universe.
He hears you. He does. There's this kind of like almost dismissive like look on his face where he closes his eyes, shakes his head just a little bit. We are getting nowhere with this constant arguing. I have offered you what I can. If it is not good enough, I would ask that you send me home so that I could fortify my own defenses without the aid of this council.
Yes, but there's some other information I would like to share with everyone. So remember that I mentioned that this land wasn't naturally forming?
Ken.
They have a right, they have a right to know. And if they feel threatened by it, then that's on them. Like you said, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna shy away from who I am anymore.
Um,
I have to accept all of who I am now.
as you start to like talk about the island, Bolin leans forward. So about that, Ken, they don't really even know where we are. Um, we teleported here. I didn't feel it appropriate to tell them
Necessary?
that you had this island. If you want, I could describe to them the geographical location. I'm sure that their scouts have already found that there is a new island and where the new island is, but perhaps we should explain the entirety of how Starfall came to be.
Correct. And yes, we'll start from yes.
Okay.
Let's begin from there.
You start from, I'd say probably Jax, right? That's
Yeah.
probably a good point to start it at. Is at the end of Tomoacan, the March of Dragons, which is well known, the Council of Waterdeep, which is also well known to them. This constant growing of your draconic powers and your link to Bahamut. Um, do you do anything special to help describe? Are there any special descriptions that you wanted to give, or anything along those lines, up until
Special
Windstar?
description?
Like, are you using your sword? Are you activating any of your
No.
dragon triggers? Anything like that?
Last time someone pulled out a weapon, even just a oh hell almost broke loose. So I'm not gonna pull out the sword. I guess I'll yeah. Well, I'll first ask, like, did y'all notice? I noticed, you know, I'm a half dragon. Did anyone notice the color of my scales and tail?
We have, yes.
Uh,
Just like looks at you like it is a unique coloration to be sure, but such alterations are not beyond the realm of magic, and who are we to judge?
I guess I'll pop dragon trigger and take some points to channel the tempest.
Okay. So as you reach deep within this of energy coalescing around you, there's a scratching of the like chairs as people push themselves back away just from the sudden change of your demeanor, but radiating with that platinum light, your eyes glow, kind of like this burning platinum fire around you. Delt, who had been the one kind of dismissing it, kind of goes, "Well, that's a little bit more impressive, that's for sure. So, lay it on for us straight, son. Pretend we're just soldiers. What are you saying? That you're the son of a god?"
That sounds about right.
Pretty much.
Exactly right.
There's this wizard. There's this wizardly old man that found me, took care of me, raised me as his son. Over the course of 12 or so summers, I slowly discovered who he was, and it didn't change the fact that this man was my father. One night, we were attacked by, we could only assume, was cultists, and during the scuffle, I was mortally wounded. I was on death's door with no immediate means of healing. He took it upon himself to give me a blood transfusion right then and there. And in that process, he, if temporarily, lost his permissions to peruse the mortal plane and to leave it to us to take care of the cult. The process was to initially kill me, but I guess the stress and the constant contact with the cult and their dragons altered the process and started to turn me into something more. And at the end of it all, I am on a son in blood and bond. My human name, as you know, is Ken Silverlight, but my dragon name is Ascalon, the Uncorrupted.
It echoes here in this room, the crackling of platinum flames, your voice booming with intensity but quiet, like just like this forceful quietness. Silence across the table. Lady Silverhand looks over the rest. It may seem a lot to have to take in. Um, I was informed of this nature during the Council of Waterdeep, and have convened with Mistra prior to her disappearance. Everything he is saying is true. Bahamut walked on our world in the guise of an old man, offering guidance and help wherever he could without interfering, as is his tradition, and in this interference had to give up that freedom, returning to Celestia to watch as we go on without him. I thank you for trusting the Council with this information, Ken. I know that it is of a personal nature.
I hope that with this reveal, it will give you some, if not professional courtesy, a more personal trust in me and my team to take care of this situation that we find ourselves in. And once it's settled, I hope that we can come together not as not just leaders, but as friends, and we can become, get together to in a collaborative, like I said before, in a collaborative effort to research and enrich and uplift our lands together as friends.
Boleyn will lean forward. Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I personally like the sound of more friends and less foes, especially those with such power at their disposal. Bahamut has always been known as a good god, looking out for the people of the world and guiding. I see no reason to think that he would change that course now. Delt sits back and kind of looks at you. If you have this power, why not take it? Why give Scornoble this? You
I'm not
stand
giving.
as a
Well,
son of a god, and yet make deals with devils.
well, sir, during this agreement, I was unfortunately destroyed while in an effort to protect Baldur's Gate from an ancient black dragon attack. I only just recently was revived a couple of days ago. I'm not throwing away Score Noble, if that's what your words imply. I also want to free them as well, but I have a duty to protect existence. And this power, it can be very dangerous if used in a non-tempered mindset, as I've come to know. I don't want to accidentally cause anything that could be irreparable. I don't want to cause unnecessary, irreparable harm to the citizens or the city at large.
I understand your position and your logic. I just feel for the people of Squanoble, people who have already lost and the people who will still be lost in the time that it takes for us to take it back from the devil. But the
Did what
power
we had
is,
to do.
of course, sacrifice who you can to save what you can. I understand. I just wish that perhaps you had not been missing. Perhaps had you been there during this meeting, Squanoble would stand as a testament of freedom and be seated here at this council with us. I cannot say.
And I am in agreement. In agreement. Who can really say? But unfortunately, what we can do now is take action and to move forward in an effort to maybe adjust what's been done in a more to bring about more of a peaceful solution.
You have your prejudices against them, but we plan to use them as allies, just as you.
Prejudices. Okay. Do you understand the evil with which you dance, young one? They are devils, born of sin and evil. It is not your position, or my position, or the gods' position to control them. They act antithetical to that.
We're not asking for control. We're asking for help from anyone we can get. Anyone.
I understand. I just...
You may have to work beside them.
That would be difficult for my people.
I understand, again, sir, your apprehension. But like Rose said, we're not sure how deep the cultist strength is. To make sure that all goes well with this potential battle in the future, we need all hands on deck. If someone is willing to offer an extra hand or two, the enemy of my enemy, if not a friend, then at least a fellow person that's willing to put a sword into the big target.
An understandable position, and one that I had been forced to make in the past. I just hope, for the sake of all peoples, that you are right.
Well, all right. I guess we have a good starting point on everything. I guess we can start recruiting efforts for the more intelligently gifted, and I guess we can start the process of getting them trained. I'll collaborate with Master Sid, and let's see if we can get at least a base started on the blueprints to this endeavor. I will try my best to keep all informed as soon as I know more, and then I guess once that's done, we'll get together again and discuss the scouting expedition from there.
Very well. suppose then we should break for a quick discussion with each other, an informal chat in case anyone has any last business, and then she kind of like looks out. I can get a few of us home, but
He's up
uh,
for a sleepover.
but that is something, that is a problem that you guys can solve at the start of next game. As we close the Council of Starfall, Ken radiating with the Platinum Flame, you finally release the Dragon Trigger as Delt has calmed down once again. Man, he's upset for some reason.
It's maybe because he's a dick.
Maybe, or someone put devils on his doorstep.
You know what? Fair.
But yeah, I think that's because we're like 4 hours in now, so it's been a lot of roleplay. I know everyone's getting pudding brain. Yeah.
Pudding brain, more stress.
Hmm?
Less pudding brain, more stress.
I'm so sorry that it came at you so hard. I thought about warning you about all the things that the counselors, but I'm like, man, this is nobles. This is what Ken wanted.
Yeah, I know. I guess in the moment he's like, man, I'm not built for this shit. I work with fools in Magitech. I don't work with like noblemen and women. This shit sucks.
Shitty noble.
So well tonight, man. Those were a bunch of DC 20 checks that you were just like, all right, with flashes of genius and Rose's help, Bardic Inspirations, you were able to keep going. Like coming in at this point, I've got arrows on each of them to show whether they were like ally, neutral, or hostile with you. Eldrael came in hostile. Erebor was neutral, as was who was the other one? Waterdeep. Waterdeep was kind of they were really interested in seeing what you said about Mistra. With Lintier and Baldur's Gate being on your side. But at this point, you've got all of them on your side, man. You swayed them all. You brought all the city-states to heal in a coalition.
Yeah.
Get up.
But as
Now I can do what I'm built to do. Build shit.
build shit and get ready to go fuck shit up.
Yeah.
But yeah. I do want to talk to Kyle, I guess at some point to find out what you want to do for Nicholas,
Yep.
like when and how. I have an idea for what could happen to him. I'm just trying to figure out the narrative of it, and I was going to have something happen, but then they got through that tower without you getting hit by more than like one lightning breath. Man, they fucking trashed those laser dragons that were horrible. So I need to think of some other stuff. But
Okay.
I do have nobody on and getting him out, and then get the party set up for Act 4.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Oh boy.
yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, dude.
I'm shaking.
That was good. That was some good D&D. Hitting you guys off the bat with the, okay, how are you getting Erie Report here?
Fuck.
Hour and a half to get the council flying, and then 2.5 hour council.
Yeah, we need our ship back.
Yeah.
It's somewhere right now. I'm not sure.
The Starlight Dragon Ania does.
Yeah.
We need our ship. We need our bus. Come on.
Buzz. Oh, man.
It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah.
All, you,
To introduce Oni. Go ahead.
all we gotta get you to make a little book so that I can start working on Mariner for that cool climb and swim speed.
Oh no. Oh no. It's going to be like Milo. Oh no. Ah. It'll be fun.
Well, once we get that, he has literally every form of movement. Nothing will be able to stop him.
Mm.
Because I know he's got flying, but like the idea of having a swim And the climb speed also is just funny to me, so I want to do it.
Okay, there could be a place where you can't fly, like if you're in another plane or a demi-plane where it's just built where you can't fly. Who knows?
Yeah. Now, unfortunately for Oni, unlike Ian does, he doesn't really have gear upgrade. So the only thing I think he could potentially upgrade is a ring. So he doesn't even have the avenue of like gear upgrades. So really, that fighting style's the main thing. Maybe improving the ring before we go to war, but other than that, he's just kind of a guy who can throw hands.
He was the guy with the right information in the right place at the right time. And Silverhand was like, you need to meet these other fools that are like...
Other dumbasses.
You're talking about their enemy. You need to meet them. Oh, man. Alright. I'm going to go use the bathroom. Be on Fox's phone here in a minute, because I got to stand up and walk around. Next weekend is in the clear. I know of no reason why next weekend would not work. So 5 o'clock Pacific next Saturday, we will pick up Tyranny of Dragons at the culmination or the summation of the Council of Starfall.
Hell yeah. Everything went better than expected.
Yeah.
Well, man.
I honestly expected like at least one fist fight to break out. At least one.
Yeah.
It almost happened.
I was waiting for Delt. I was waiting for Delt and his squad.
Yeah,
Especially once Rose was there. They were really doing it.
He needed to say one more dick thing before Rose was gonna snap.
and it was always one more dick thing. He kept saying dick things, and you just
He
weren't
did,
snapping
but it
at
wasn't
him.
quite dickish enough.
Well, that's because Ken was actually like convincing him really well, and he was just like he was trying to ignore Rose. But yeah, that was very well done, Ken. Those were some good talking points and good appeals to the leaders. So the oblique oblique that was beautiful. That was a good pull. That I'm so glad that the natural 20 respected.
Right, it was so perfect.
It was. All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I was definitely expecting them to cause problems.
I was trying to, honestly.
Why?
Oh. Bad Rose.
No, they're just yelling at me. It's just like, because Earth was like, expected them to cause problems. It's like, yeah, I was trying to. It didn't work.
And Kyle went, "Why?"
Me.
That was stressful. But now I can do what I do.
And we know, and we have knowledge that Lady Boleyn has made a deal with the devil in universe. Like we kind of knew it out of character. Now we know it in character. Yay!
That's fine.
No, Scott.
I'm probably gonna opt out because my cold's starting to annoy me.
Yeah.
Good night.
Take it easy, Kyle. Feel better.
Bye.